Yeah. We don't do rumors. We run facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts. This is Hit and Run.
Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. See men fold when the lights got bright. See true drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded gun. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the facts, then we run. Fearless from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet crack, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckles scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud, it's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run.
Unit 1 airborne, scanning downtown grid.
No emotion, just evidence.
Be advised, all units over. Located are moving at high speed through downtown Dallas.
We the roam.
Welcome back. It is Saturday night, not Friday night. I got to keep that straight because it's Sunday morning here. And we're back on Hit and Run. This is a long awaited conversation. We've been waiting over a month. It was supposed to be 2 weeks. It's gone on longer than a month now. This ceasefire, and whether it really is a ceasefire, a strategic hold while people move pieces around the map and do the things they want to do, or a diversion, one of the three, but I'm gonna let my brother Fearless chime in. He has some points of view, and we're gonna go back and forth. I'm gonna set the table.
I'm listening.
We're gonna go back and forth with a couple prep videos to set up the conversation, and then we're gonna argue some points. But welcome everybody in the room. I see right now the travel elitist is in the room. Welcome to the room, brother. I know you're interested in this kindly debate between my brother Fearless and I. I know some other brothers are distracted in some other rooms, and we understand. So as you come in the room, please at least hit the like button. And if you're not subscribed to either one of our channels, please go over to the other person's channel and subscribe. But I'm going to let you say a couple things, and I'm priming up a video right now, but I want you to get in your first couple volleys, or if you want to just go ahead.
No.
You mean no. You gotta set the table for people now.
No, you set the table. Hold up. See, I knew you was gonna try to do that. You set the table.
What am I doing now?
Here's the thing: my stance has never changed. And every
what
time
is your stance?
No, I'm not. No, you go on and set your stance.
What is your stance, sir?
Don't worry about that. Because that's what I told you. I said every time I asked you what your stance was, you didn't give it. They're like, that don't mean that. So what is your stance? You set the table.
See, I see what you're trying to do now.
Nothing has changed.
That's okay. We're gonna play games. We're gonna play games, and it's okay. That's part of this whole situation that we're going into. It's called a debate for a reason. We're gonna put out our point of views. Whether they're right, wrong, or indifferent, it doesn't matter. But I got a video I'm gonna play up front, and it just came out the other day. So this is a Tucker Carlson. And Tucker Carlson of late has been really hitting it home when it comes to some of the things that are going on in the Middle East since it started. And even before then, like myself and Fearless has done, we've talked about the small hats and different situations that they're in. And we've talked to Somalis taking advantage of that situation. So now we're going to get into this. Now, initially, when we covered this, we were thinking, oh, it's going to be World War III, or no, it's not going to be World War III. And then comes along this ceasefire. A ceasefire was supposed to only last 2 weeks.
All right, we got to get his internet back.
Did I just drop?
You back?
Did I drop? I'm back. I didn't think I dropped.
It looked like, well, I don't know. It looked like you did, but that's all right. Go ahead.
See, now you scaring me. Now I had to, man.
It went out for a moment. It was spinning, but that's probably
I just had that video queued up, and now I turned everything on. Never mind. That's all good. I'm gonna catch up. I ain't gonna use it as an excuse.
Salute to the chat. Let's and I just want to say to the chat, I want y'all to chime in. Because I want to see who's right and who's wrong, who's looking at this the right way, who's looking at this the wrong way, and just from perspectives. I'm gonna give some analogies coming here soon, and I just want the chat to say who is right. Now, I want to say that there's going to be some bias because Ronan was brainwashed by the military government, so. He's got brainwashed, and he's going to see things a certain way because that's the only way he can see it. They made him see things right or wrong, military style. He's only going to see things one way. But go ahead. We're going to see who's right, who's wrong, and who's indifferent. Go ahead and set that up.
All right, hold on. I'm pulling this first video up. Make sure you guys can see it. Let me blow it up on that screen. But like I said, Tucker Carlson of late, when he was on Fox, a lot of people didn't agree with a lot of things he said. He was saying some radical things. But here lately, he's been on point with a lot of the topics he's had and a lot of the conversations he had with very prominent people in the know. Now, some people I say are not necessarily as accurate. Like your Professor Zhang. I don't necessarily disagree with him, but he ain't as accurate as predicting things. Okay? So I just want to get that out there. Professor Zhang ain't as accurate on his game theory as my theories. And I've been as accurate as him.
Nobody said that we was going to invade the Strait of Hormuz, the little island.
That's still on the table. But again, we're supposed to be in a holding pattern and a ceasefire. But we'll get to that too. All right. But I'm going to set this up as far as laying down the groundwork because we got to start off somewhere. So you need to have a basis before you get into a conversation. So I'm going to run this clip and then we'll start from there. And this is only going to be about a minute and 11 seconds. So
I think of the claim that we went to war with Iran because of its nuclear program as a kind of IQ test. Anyone who repeats that claim has failed the test. As you pointed out many times, all wars are engineered. And we're just having a discussion at breakfast that I think is worth recounting for others. So First World War, one of the most momentous events in world history, ended Christian Europe, killed more than 20 million people, wounded another 20 million, just really reordered the globe, and then led to the Second World War. So the United States joined that war in 1917. Toward the end, it had already been going for 3 years. But one of the main reasons the U.S. got into that war is because the sinking of a passenger ship called the Lusitania off the coast of Ireland 2 years before in 1915, in which 120 odd Americans were killed. It was sunk by a German U-boat. And even at the time, there were people who said, I don't think this is not quite on the level. But now, 112 years later, we know a lot more about the sinking of Lusitania, and I wonder if you wouldn't just mind recounting what you said
Oh, I want to hear him recount.
to propaganda in wartime.
Sorry about that. I pushed
Right.
the wrong button.
Yes, I mean, the sinking was clearly a key factor in creating in the media in America anti-German sentiment quite successfully. And so, yeah, the question is, what happened really? The way it's presented was, well, there's a passenger ship with American passengers, just civilians traveling across the Atlantic and sunk by a German submarine. Well, that's like an act of war against America.
Yes.
Got to do something about this. We're going to declare war on Germany. Well, that's not a representation of the facts. What really happened was there was this British plan to get America into the war on the British side against Germany, which was very difficult because, of course, actually, ethnically, a majority at the time of Americans were of German origin. Even German speakers still, by that time, German was still widely used as a language in America. And so to get America into war against Germany is a bit of a feat, to arrange
Yes,
that.
it is.
So how did this happen?
Now, I'm going to be going back and forth to this video. So this is just to start off the conversation. Some of the things that Fearless has said in the past is, why does America get involved in a lot of these things we're not necessarily supposed to get involved in? And it's not just about ours, which are wins and losses. It's not just about that. There's a whole bunch of other things as far as leverage and power, global perception and control. But I don't know if you guys remember the Axis and Allies board game. The old board game you used to play. I got off into it, me and my brother, and I don't know how many of you guys ever heard of Axis and Allies. But it stems on global power. It stems on the idea of controlling the planet. Okay, and there's certain things you got to do in order to play the game properly. You got to win certain areas in order to control the majority of the map, and win the game. So my mindset is on that mode. Sometimes I would say civilians think in a straight line, linear way of saying, go from A to B to C in order to complete the picture. In global politics and politics as a whole, there are always moves and counter moves. You're doing this for a reason, but you also want to have the perceived value that you're doing the right thing for the people that you supposedly got elected by. But you also have other powers, AIPAC, and people that contribute to your campaign that want to lead you down a road and push you down a way where you don't necessarily want to go, but you don't want to turn down that money either. So, like I said, there are counter moves and moves. So while you try to take things as face value when you look at politics, believe me, there are certain things like the old shell game. There are certain things being done under those shells. You have no idea what's going on, but logically, you're looking at 3 shells. There's so many things going on that you cannot comprehend. So it's never going to be a straight line in global politics, and especially in war. Wars are not about wins and losses. It's about positioning gains and leverage for power and global perception. So when we get into this conversation, because one of the things Fearless likes to say is, well, we didn't win any wars. Not in the way that you perceive a win is. Not a football game. We're not on a field where there's a clear winner and loser. And even in them games, you got to look at who affects the calls. Your referees could be paid off. There are people that are driving those games in point spreads and everything else. And that's come out over the past too. So everything ain't always a straight line when you go into having a conversation like this. I just want to put that out there. And I know I'm giving Fearless leverage and information that he's sitting there scheming on. How am I going to flip this to my benefit? And that's okay. Flip it all you want. But facts are facts. You can bend them all you want. And that's the whole thing about an attorney. Attorney looks at the truth, and depending on who they're defending, they either have to spin the truth to what? Turn the jury against the truth based on emotions and other things, or believe the truth that's right there in their face and make the decision based on those facts and those factors alone. Because the facts are the facts. Only thing you can do is turn a phrase or turn the perception of those facts to either make one thing true or not. So this conversation is going to go, and there's going to be a lot of points where we actually both agree, but we're just seeing it in two different dimensions. He might be, and I gave him the same example offline. We can be in an art museum, okay? We're looking at the objects in the center of the room, okay? Now, I might be on ground level off to the left of that statue, and I go to describe that statue the way I see it at ground level. Fearless could be on the first floor looking down at that object. He's going to give a description based on what he sees of that statue from his point of view. Are either of us wrong? No, we're both right. We're just looking at it from a different perspective at a different elevation, describing the same object. And that's what a lot of people get confused on, the minutia of a conversation. There are all so many ways of looking at a conversation and an answer. So with that, heard the first thing with how German.
Can I respond?
If you let the video run, which I'm not going to do that because it's a 2 hour plus video.
Can I respond?
Yes, in a second. You said I get to talk. Now I'm talking, and okay, I'm going to give you just as much time, brother. It's okay. It's okay. We're not in a rush. Are you in a rush?
I got an hour and a half, so I'm kind of in a rush.
An hour and a half. Okay, we'll make sure you get your points out in an hour and a half. All right. So even with the First World War, there was a conversation offline about us getting involved in that.
Why you go from one step to another step, and I still haven't responded?
Okay, you want to rebut to that part? We can do that. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm gonna actually mute my mic. Go ahead.
You said facts are facts, and then when you say facts are facts, then you say, "Well, I got to spin it, and I got to make it do this." Well, if a fact is a fact, you never have to spin it. And the gentleman just said that the United States had to spin facts and make up stuff in order to get in World War I. We also had to spin it and do those things to get in World War II. We also have to spin it even to today. This is why the world doesn't trust us when we say we're going to Venezuela, because we're going to take the president and all of this because they are drug dealers. And so that gives us an excuse. That's not a fact, man. We're lying about something to do it. On top of that, we just said to the Mr. Castro, Fidel Castro's brother, we think you are guilty of murder that happened over 30 years ago. And so now we need to indict you, and that's going to give us reasons to invade you. Facts are not facts. It's stuff that we make up so we can manipulate stuff. We talk about this in the world. If I want a girl, the worst thing I can do is lie to her to try to get her in the draws. If I just say what the truth is, you get respect. And because we've lied to so many countries about so many things and about so many treaties that we do, then no one trusts us. No one wants to deal with us. Every time someone deals with us, we do backdoor things. BRICS is created. Why? Because we try to backdoor somebody. The alliances that are outside of with China and all these other places are because we lie and deceive. And we've done that so much that the world does not trust us. And the world is saying we need to go on without the United States and do things outside of the United States. So none of what we've done has helped us out. Everything that we've done has set us up for failure, has set us up for people not to trust us, to not do business with us, to do one thing in one hand and then do something behind our back in another. So when you say we're doing all this and everybody trusts us, facts are facts. Because if facts was facts, why do we have to lie about it? Why do we have to deceive people to get into stuff? Why do we have to say something is true when it's not true? I mean, everything that the United States has done has been built on some type of lie. Example, 9/11. I don't remember anybody from Afghanistan in an airplane on 9/11. I don't remember anybody from Iraq that was on an airplane that planned 9/11. But what we do is Saudis are on the plane. We know that. And so we say we want to go after Al-Qaeda, which is a small part of people who are Saudi Arabians who fled, and we got to bomb a whole country. And then on top of that, we say, well, you know what? We're going to go after Saddam Hussein too, even though he had nothing to do with this at all. On top of that, we tell Gaddafi, man, look, give up your nuclear weapons and we cool with you because we cool. And then what do? Hillary Clinton says, I'm so happy that somebody killed him. So nobody ever trusts us.
Oh, you gotta let me know when you land the plane, brother.
I landed the plane. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So, only reason I brought that up is, yes, there are some things that the American government can't be honest with its people about, especially in some of the things we do, because a lot of people, you closed mouths, sometimes will get you in trouble on the global market. Okay. Just like we learned our lesson with allowing the press to be present in Vietnam when everything was going on there. Now everybody has a perception that we were doing so much evil over there, that the brothers that went over there to fight got disrespected when they came back. Okay. And all they were doing was following orders. If anything, the people needed to be mad at the politicians that sent them over there, not the individuals executing the order. But again, you have the right to refuse orders, as Fearless would tell you. You have a choice. Everybody has a choice. You have a choice of whether you want to stay in America or you can move abroad. That's a conscious choice. Okay. But I'm going to rebut what you said about the U.S. Not having a global perception of trust. That's the furthest thing from the truth. More people trust us than trust any of those other countries out there right now. Okay. And the reason I say that is, while China is a global leader in manufacturing of electronics and things, they are still not necessarily so trustworthy that people want to rely on the Chinese yuan. And nobody can prove that. Okay. So where Iran, and we're going to relate this back to Iran because we're supposed to be in Iran, not on the whole history of America lying to its people. We're going to try to keep this centralized to Iran and what's going on there. So let me relate it back to Iran. At first, Iran was getting assistance not only from Russia, but they were also getting help from China. China has a vested interest in Iran because that's where they get a lot of their oil reserves and their oil from, is Iran, besides for what they produce. They have billions of barrels of oil in reserve. But the longer this thing goes on, the longer it affects them. Now, Russia can't necessarily get involved too heavily because of what? They're already involved in the Ukrainian war. Now, just because they're involved in Ukrainian war and we're doing war by proxy through Ukraine, do you think that Donald Trump and Putin don't have some type of relationship on the back end? Business and personal and politics have nothing to do with each other at all. You could still be fighting somebody and work out a deal on the back end when it comes to fucking money. because that's what the politicians are about, is money. That's what the globe is about. The global perception of power is money, not your nationality anymore. So while you might be warring in the words of your country, money is the thing that really controls everything globally now. That's why Donald Trump can get on a plane, fly to Beijing, guarded and undercover. Beijing secures his safety, and they shake hands at the end of the day with a trade deal. Even though what? Let me finish my point. Even though China supposedly supporting Iran. And if you looked at the local news lately, the same Chinese people that were speaking against U.S. involvement in Iran are now speaking against Iran. You know why? Because it's affecting all the money that goes in and out of that straits beside for oil now, which China has a vested interest in making sure that trade gets through in and out of that strait, and not just for oil. There are moves and counter moves when you talk about global politics and war. And just because two nations might be assisting each other through proxy, it doesn't mean those two nations can't make a deal when it comes to business. Okay.
What you said, they don't. What you said doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean they trust you. Let me show you, because you said everybody trusts. Everybody trusts the United States. I'm gonna show you some people who don't.
It's a black man for Akon from Africa.
Why are you interrupting me?
China has done.
He's not even credible.
Than any other country. I mean, it's true. That's not something to argue with. Yeah. I mean, they came, they laid down infrastructure. They actually did something that the European countries around for 400 years and did nothing. That's why if you see Africa now hasn't been developed. France, Great Britain, Italy, Germany, these guys have been in Africa forever and it's never been developed. China just started putting interest in Africa. Now you have roads, roundabouts, like they're actually putting structure down. Well,
Africans don't trust the United States. European countries don't trust the United States. The Canadians just said, we don't trust the United States. They start making deals with China. Who trusts the United States? You said that we made a deal. That deal didn't benefit us. The deal was all about agriculture. And all that we did was they said they're going to buy the agriculture, which we messed up in the first place because they didn't trust us. They started going elsewhere. So China just said, of course, we're going to get a discount. Of course, you would deal with somebody if you can get a discount. This is how much we trust China. Why doesn't BYD have cars over here? Because we don't trust. Why? Matter of fact, I tell you what, you know how much we trust them and they trust us? If you're in the United States, I want you to go buy a DJI Pocket, Pocket 4. Buy one, see if you can. You can't. Because we don't even allow it in the United States. Nobody trusts us. Every deal that we make, we break. That's why people, when they make deals with us, they do it half-heartedly, behind the hand, other ways to get around it, because not our word is garbage around the United States. Even if you look at Saudi, we say, hey, you know what, we're going to put bases in your country. And by doing so, we're going to protect you. We still haven't protected them. That's why they're like, yeah, we don't, this is nothing for us. So, of course, people make deals, but they make deals for the benefit of them. We put sanctions on Russia for their oil. So when we said, oh, we lifted off, hold up. When we lifted the sanctions off of Russia because of the oil, who do you think that benefited? You think it was like, oh man, we just like Russia? No, we don't trust Russia. Russia doesn't like us. But Russia said we were selling oil at $60 a barrel. Now we can sell it at $120 a barrel and make a killing off of this. The United States says, man, we got into something we shouldn't have got into, and we done messed up this thing. So we got to have other people go ahead and do this oil. It was never about that. It was, we're not friends with you. It was just a way to try to solve an issue that we got into. And our friends, as we call them, are just sitting back like salivating. We put sanctions on Iran about oil. And what do? We let them sell oil because we had no other choice. We put sanctions. This is what happened. We put sanctions on China about food. And you know what China said? No problem, man. We'll open up and we'll go to Brazil and get our soybeans. It started to cripple the American economy so bad that the farmers was getting subsidies that we couldn't even pay for them anymore. And if you need me to bring up those videos, I can bring them up where the people who vote, the rural people who voted for Trump said this was the worst decision I did because they started to find other pathways to make money. So none of them are our friends. They're just in it for their best interest. Even when we call Israel an ally, they're not really an ally because they put their country first. They're in it for their best interest. So there aren't any friends in this. That's why no one trusts us in any of it. And every war that we've been in at least recently, it's always been some kind of false flag, something done, something besides it. We've never just said, this is what happened and somebody did something to us. And that's what and that's why we're going to war. Nobody did something to us. We are the bullies and we started every single time. Vietnam, what did the Vietnamese do to us? Even Muhammad Ali said ain't gonna be a Vietnam ever called me a Negro. They didn't do anything to us. I already proved to you the last time World War II was started by United States trying to put sanctions on Japan to try to stop them from a war that didn't have anything to do with them. Japan was fighting China and they needed their oil in the Pacific so they can continue to fight their war. We tried to step in and be big bosses. We always get into something. It had nothing to do with us. Tell me a war that really had something to do with us that we went after. 9/11. I just told you. That was Saudi Arabia. We didn't go fight the Saudis. We went to Afghanistan to fight.
Are we going to stay in Iran or are you going to go through the whole global history of things?
You just went to the global history. You just talked about China. You just
I
talked
brought
about China.
Because I brought it back to Iran. Did you not hear me?
I'm bringing it back.
So I need you to bring back everything you're talking about to specifically what's going on.
Every single war that we get in has nothing to do with us.
Okay.
Iran did not bomb the United States. Iran has never even come over here. There's no terrorists in the United States. There's no proxy.
There weren't earlier, maybe about 20, 30 years ago.
When
you didn't have Iranian terror cells in America? That's never happened. They never had Iranian terror cells in America. Are you saying that?
Let's say they did. Did Iranians do anything? Did they bomb any place? Did they destroy?
Yeah, we had bombings earlier in the
United
70s.
States.
Yes.
Show me. I don't know. Show me.
Look, no.
Show
no,
me.
I'm not gonna go around and around with you like that. What you're gonna do is
you hold up. You just said something. I'm gonna ask.
I'm not going off the topic. The topic is about Iran.
You just said it.
Is the topic about Iran or everything else globally?
You just said
which way are we going with this?
In what sense? I just said that.
All right. What? So let me bring up your first argument here. And I just had enough time since your rant. I get to make infographics while you're ranting. Okay. Hold on one second. I had a call coming in. This infographic specific is about China and Venezuela, which relates back to you're saying everybody trusts China. Okay. China was willing to trust. Yes, you just did say that.
I say everybody trusts China. I said people don't trust America. I never said
that. Well, I'm gonna relate this back all in the same time. You're thinking globally, China's doing such great things. They're going down to Africa. You just brought up China for the last 5 minutes. Brother, when I come back to rebut you, hold up.
You putting words in my mouth.
Hold up. I let you speak for 5 minutes, and I did not
lie on me. You can't lie.
I'm not lying on you. I'm recalling everything.
You just lied because you said I take no to what you just said. We trust China. I never said that.
You gotta let me talk. You gotta let me talk.
You can't say I said that and just say I said it.
This doesn't go anywhere if you can't let me talk.
You can't keep lying on me, brother. At least say
I'm not lying on you, but you're twisting things I say.
You just said,
What did I say?
I said that everybody trusts China. I didn't say that. Never did I ever say that.
So what is
I
your
said-
position on China since you're boasting about them? Your perception and the way you said it. Hold up. No, you were. So let me ask you this.
All right.
The way you were talking about how China's doing this great thing and they're getting their soybeans from this place, and American farmers are pissed off because China can't get our soybeans and they had to go somewhere else to get it. And then China was helping Africa and all these other things. You brought up ACON. You brought up ACON. Okay, but
You asked me so I can answer the question.
no, but
You
let
asked
me,
me a question.
bruh. I'm gonna ask you multiple questions
Okay.
because you talked for
We're going to
5
ask you multiple questions because when
and
you do
I
that,
waited
multiple
for
questions,
5
you
minutes
answer.
to respond to even your
You're not
anti-American
asking me
ACON
multiple
conversation.
questions because
Wait.
if you ask me multiple questions,
Okay.
then I have to remember what
So-
questions you asked me. Ask me one
Okay,
question
fine.
at a time.
That's what a notepad is for. Break out a piece of paper
Ask me
and a
one question.
pen,
You-
just like
look,
I
if you-
did.
If you got a notepad, ask me one question, I'll respond to it. Then you can ask
No,
me
let
another
me make a
question, I'll
comment
respond to it.
first. Let me make a comment first, and then we can go back and forth with the questions. Okay. You bring up ACON saying foreign nations don't necessarily like America, and China did ACON and that nation great. China has very deceptive loan practices, if you're not aware of. China will steal land from Africa all day long. Okay, and with these deceptive loans. That's one of the reasons why even Burkina Faso won't deal with China. They'd rather deal with Russia for arms. Okay. So when you're talking about ACON has a deceptive way of putting things because what? He wants to try to get the Black Americans to come over to Africa to fund Africa. You also have to look at the direction of why people say what they say on the news and media because they have an objective they're trying to achieve. They might be talking a little bit of truth, but they're really catering towards what they want you to see. ACON's practice is he wanted everybody to come over and fund his ACON city. That failed. So one, you got somebody that's not even reputable on there talking bad about America and talking about how China is doing such great things because they're giving them money. Yes, they are, but they're giving it to them in a way to where they're going to lose their land and mineral rights, which China wants in the first place. So yes, they will do things to get in with those people, but ultimately it's a bad faith deal.
Now, can I at least,
And
if you
sooner or
keep going
later-
10 minutes, I can't get to a point.
I'm commenting on what ACON was talking about first. You got to
Then
let me finish
I'm
that.
going to rebut what you said. That's
But
what I'm
you
saying.
can't.
You can't
That's
go
what
10
you put
minutes
up
and then
first.
you go to another subject.
Bro, I'm not on another sector. I'm still talking about ACON.
That's what I'm on. You just said about
And I'm
what China
finished.
has done. Hold up. You just said what China has done. United
Go
States
ahead,
does the same thing. IMF Bank. We put sanctions on everyone. How do you think Venezuela ended up in the situation it is? How do you think Cuba ended up in the situation it is? How do you think Iran
What
ended up
what situation is Venezuela in specifically?
We did not allow them to sell their oil on the open market because we put sanctions on them. By doing so, we destroyed their economy. We do not allow Cuba to sell. We put sanctions on them. We put sanctions on Russia.
Did they
about
do
their-
something
hold up,
to
you
us
just
first?
hold up, you asked me a question, so I answered. What
Did
we
they
do?
do something to us first that warranted the sanctions? You
No.
glaze over that bullshit every time you bring
No.
up shit.
What did they
Why
do
were
to
the
us was
sanctions
not
put on those people? Why were the
Because they
sanctions put on those people?
because they wouldn't sell their oil to us the way we wanted them to.
We don't need their oil.
Then why do we put sanctions on them?
First of all, Cuba had sanctions on them since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Why do we put
And they're a communist
Hold on,
nation.
See, I asked you a question, but
America.
you didn't answer. Why do we put sanctions on Venezuela? You got to look
Venezuela
it up.
had a drug. No, I'll look it up, but I'm sure it was about the drug situation that was going on down there.
Drugs.
Had nothing to do with their
Hold up,
oil.
We sponsored the Do you remember the Iran Contra? What do you mean? We gave money for drugs.
We gave money to Saddam. What does that fucking matter?
So hold up. So what you're saying
We
is
set up Saddam in place for Iraq just so they can fight against Iran. So what do you mean by that? What does that mean?
this is
Anything?
why nobody
So what we
trusts
set
us.
up governments. Our
This is
government
why-
and our
and
listen,
exactly. Why nobody
our
trusts
secret
us.
service. We have set up and taken down plenty of governments over.
Why nobody trusts us. Exactly what I'm saying. You're agreeing with me.
What does it have to do with trust?
if you set up a country to fall, why would that country have trust in you? The reason Venezuela, and I haven't, I think I showed it before, when the president of Venezuela, I forgot the dude's first name that passed away, when he said the United States is going to come after us. Why? Because we want to operate as a sovereign country and do whatever we want to with our oil. And the United States says, nah, we can't. And if you're saying, oh, it's about drugs, brother, you must be crazy, because we just took their president out and we said it was about drugs. So how do you believe the United States when they say that, when we know that they lie? You just played a story with Tucker Carlson that said the reason we got into World War I was because of a lie. The reason we got into World War II was because of a lie. The reason we got into Vietnam was a false flag, and I just had the name of that because that was a lie. So every time it's called the Gulf of Tonkin incident. We lied to get it. Yeah, it's a false flag. We lied to get in it. What are you talking about? Nobody trusts.
Do we lie, or do other people lie to get us involved? Tell the truth.
You want me to read it? This is the president of the United States during that lied to get us into
You're not
that.
going to tell the truth, so I got to play videos so you can actually recall the truth.
I'm telling you, it's the president.
But let me get this infographic off real quick, and then I'll take that down, and I'll go to the next video, which Tucker hits that. He hits every point over the whole historical fact of why we got involved in certain conflicts. That's why I brought this one up specifically. But this right here just shows that when China has a deal with Venezuela, because Venezuela was had a deal with selling their oil to China before we went and kicked out Maduro. Obviously, China was also supplying them with naval assets so that they could become more stronger. That was the other reason why we also went into Venezuela. But the point was, Chinese deal was they can sell their oil to them, but they're going to pay 10 to 20% less per barrel. Okay, so they were taking a $10 to $20 hit every time they sold a barrel.
Who
China.
Who was?
Venezuela.
Isn't that their oil to sell to whomever they want to? They can take whatever
they couldn't, but they took the deal with China for $10 to $20 less a barrel. Oh, that's okay. You can screw somebody over. Here's the thing. But America's so untrusting, even though we took out their power for their leader, Maduro, the current deal right now on the table, the Americans do not take any profit from the oil that comes from Venezuela. They get 100% of the total cost per barrel of oil they sell to whoever. They're not getting a $10 to $20 hit per barrel. Why, if the Americans are so untrustworthy, are we willing them to get a straight deal?
If they want to take their oil to sell, hold up. So what you're saying is they can't sell their oil to whomever they want.
See, you're not going to acknowledge that fact before you start going off.
Let's just say what you're
acknowledge the fact that China was taking $10 to $20 from
their country. We take their
hold up. Acknowledge the fact that China was taking $10 to $20 per barrel from Venezuela, and we are not currently.
I don't know what we're doing. No oil has come out of it.
Why don't you go look it up?
What oil has come out of it?
You just told me to go look it up. What is the current deal with Venezuela for their oil versus China? Go look it up. You can Google it.
I'm gonna do it right now.
China was taking $10 to $20 per barrel, and we're not taking anything.
So what does that make us? We took their president. We invaded.
You just said America's not trustworthy.
We're not. We invaded another. We
just took out their leader, which means we have total power. Wait. The perception is we just took out their leader.
Yes.
We now control Venezuela. Why would we give them a square deal at all if we're not trustworthy? Why wouldn't we take all their oil?
In there?
Why wouldn't we take all the profit from their oil? Why would we not take all the profit from their oil?
Look this up then.
No. See, you're skipping over what I just said. You either did the $10 to $20 or you don't.
Taking profits. You know why? Because we are setting up American companies inside of there to get the oil out. That's how we take the profits.
So we set up infrastructure. We set up infrastructure. The barrels are sold at whatever the proper rate, and the government gets their fair share. In the company,
we profit from it. That's why we came in. We took their economy, and then we basically forced them to say, "You know what?
We're not forcing them. Believe me, you can't find nowhere where they're feeling like they're being forced."
Can they kick the Americans out and say we don't want to deal with you?
I don't know. That's a hypothetical.
We can't because you know why we can't, because Trump said it already. Trump said we want their government to work with us. We're putting in their government specifically to be friends with us. Friends means they're going to sell oil to us. They can't kick Americans out and do what they wanted to on their own.
Okay, so
hold up. Now you got to admit that. Hold up. So it doesn't
admit
matter.
what?
It doesn't matter if China took.
What am I admitting?
It does not matter if China took.
So by your statement, you're admitting they're taking 10 to 20.
I'll say I admit it.
So you're going to concede to it.
I admit it. I haven't even looked it up yet, but I'll even concede to it. China took $20 a barrel off of them. Let's say that. Okay. I would rather somebody I sell to take money from me than come in my house and dictate how I got to do something. I don't care about if I sell something on the street and you giving me a cheap rate. Okay, that's fine with me. If I sell this phone and you getting over on me, I sold it. That's fine. That's better than you coming in my house and telling me I gotta sell this to you and you gotta manufacture and however I do it, it has to be done to you and you control my household. No, that's when they say nobody trusts you. You came into my household.
Well, you don't think corporations have regulations and deregulations on what they can and cannot do?
It doesn't matter. They don't follow it.
Yes, they do.
Brother, if corporations follow that, the reason they go over to other countries to build stuff is because they can throw their waste and things out. There's things that they can't do in the United States. What do you
right? That's what you said. They had the right to move their business over to another country so they don't have to follow the rules that the Americans put on those.
You just said they don't have regulations and deregulations. No,
I said companies do have regulations, and if they don't want to follow them, what do they do? They went to other countries. Exactly.
Hold up. When they are forced and those countries don't want them, that's different. Venezuela didn't ask for the United States to come through there.
You sure about that?
Venezuela asked for the United States to come through.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that.
Okay.
Give me facts to show otherwise. See how you just said something, but you didn't show no proof.
Keep believing that the Venezuelan people are not happier now than they were when Maduro was in office, because their lives have not been affected. If anything, they're being set up to be the next Dubai of South America.
Oh man, the same as Gaza's been set up to be the next beachfront property by the United States. Come on now.
You mean by Israel?
No. Trump said he wants to set up Gaza because it has nice.
That's Trump, but you think Netanyahu's giving up Gaza to Trump? Stop it.
Hold up. You got proof that he's not?
He's not.
Oh, see how you just
Let me say why. I'm going to tell you why. Because Netanyahu, even though we declared a ceasefire, didn't stop fucking firing. So what the fuck? Do you think Donald Trump has that much control on Netanyahu? Who, even though we're supposedly the ones, and we are necessarily the ones that dropped bombs first on Iran, and we said we're going to have a ceasefire with Iran. Did Israel stop bombing, even though we said we were going to have a ceasefire? No, they did not.
I don't know what that means.
So why do you think? Because Trump opened his mouth to say, oh, we're going to have beachfront property. The U.S. is going to own beachfront property in Gaza. That's an old man talking bullshit, because you know Netanyahu is not going to give him Gaza. He wants it. And the whole reason he wants it, if you look it up, there's a huge gas deposit right there off the coast that has been going on. It's worth over $3 to $5 trillion. And Israel wanted to strike a deal with the gas companies off the bat for Israel alone. And they said, no, it's in international waters. You need both Palestine and you to come to the table to come to agreement on what the percentage splits are going to be. So since he couldn't get the deal done, he starts to push them back further and further away. That's the whole idea behind why they did that.
Now, let me show you the trust, since we got to go back to trust in this. Nobody trusts us.
We do have to go back to
someone in the comments said Maduro had an arrest warrant for decades. Then they said 6 years. Let me explain something to you, bro. There's only a few ways that we can go into other countries. One of the ways we do is we call them narco-terrorists. Once we can call you a terrorist, that gives us carte blanche to come in and invade you.
That's not the only reason. Go ahead.
That's one of the reasons. So did Maduro really be a drug person, or is it did we put that on him so that
he's a known drug person? Everybody knows that.
What proof do we have?
It's all over the news, bro.
Oh, brother.
Look at this country.
Just show me.
Look at this country.
Hold up. The United States is a country that does
Don't
bad.
look at the U.S. news. Look at the Venezuelan news about Maduro. You don't think he's a drug lord?
Show me. So hold up. We can say that somebody's a narco terrorist, and then we can go invade them. That's what we do. We can say that Castro's brother.
Show me where he wasn't.
Show me where he was. You have to prove. You have to. If you go to court, hold up. If we in court and you're the judge and you're the prosecutor and you say,
We
well, show me-
and somebody in the chat just said Maduro has had an arrest warrant for decades, whether it's 6 years or decades. That's a minute point on time frame. But
Only
if
way
you
that
had,
you can invade a country is call him a narco terrorist.
so this has been going on for 6 years just to build up to January of this year. Why would we wait so long,
Brother? I like to show proof, man.
please do.
I will. And then, hey, babe, what was Venezuela's president before?
By the way, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. Both ours, Fearless Talk Live and Ronin Travelers. If you're in my room, please drop a like. Go subscribe to Fearless's channel. If you're in Fearless's room, I wouldn't mind you coming over and subscribing to me. I'm this close to hitting 11K. It's a little small victory for me, but I'd like to hit it. Anyway, we're going to wait for Fearless to come up with this information, but I have a video queued up that also goes into World War I while he's looking this up. So I want to play it. And this backs him up or it doesn't back him up, but we're going to play it. Hold on. It shows you I'm not biased.
The Huns, the butchers, are at it again, as the Germans were described in the British First World War propaganda. And it was an important factor in getting America into war. So basically it was a false flag. And that has been a key mechanism to start or, get countries to join a world war. It's not the only incidence, but it shows you the devious nature of the plotters. And that's what we have to be aware of today in this day and age, as we are, unfortunately, on the brink.
Understand he uses the word the plotters. And we're going to find out who those plotters are.
Go for a third world war. Again, most people think, surely third world war. Nobody wants a world war. Well, ordinary people don't, and I don't want it, and you don't want it.
No.
But there are people out there who are really doing everything to get there, and a false flag is likely to be the beginning of this. As we talk about peace, as we have peace negotiations, just one vicious and successful, cunning false flag, and then magnified with false information by the media, is unfortunately still enough.
Spring is the most refreshing time of year. Nothing compliments it better than Black Rifle coffee. Lots of it. It's an American company founded by veterans with conviction. They built the whole thing around a simple idea. Do it right or just don't do it. They're definitely doing it right. We know because we drink it all day long. If you want coffee without theatrics, start with just black, whole bean if you grind it yourself.
We've been seeing this war on Iran by the US and Israel. And of course, it has major economic consequences, dire consequences. That's something we can talk about. But also, this is another reason why we should look back at this era of the First World War and how we got into this, because it was the first Great War. It was, in Britain, it's still called the Great War, where you had full mobilization of entire countries. Previously, you would never mobilize the entire country.
Of course not.
Even civilians, even, housewives were mobilized to do factory work or other support work, hospital work, all sorts. And so it was really the beginning of this modern era where you have totalitarian control unleashed under the cover of a great war. And of course, that's a scenario we have to be very much aware of as we speak. There's preparations for mobilization in Germany, draft, military service, all the rules being revamped and tightened. And the plan clearly is to draft more people into the military. It's official EU policy to have a huge rearmament drive to get ready for war. And they talk about dates. And that tells you that, I mean, they're planning for a war. I mean, it's not a secret. They're saying we're planning for a war against the great powers, Russia. They don't mention China, but of course, you know, they're allies, whether not, perhaps not formally in a military way, but de facto allies. China is there. So, and that's official EU policy to have this war at 2028, 29, 2030 other dates that are being mentioned. We have to be ready by that time for a world war, or a war against Russia, which would be a world war. So what's going on here? And I think that what we've seen this year has been clearly quite dramatic. First, Venezuela, dramatic events, although in a way on the larger scale, sort of, you know, quickly done, somewhat contained, it seems, but quite a remarkable event. Because before, of course, for decades, US intervention in Latin America took the form of covert operations, which always run under the principle, as a very British principle, of plausible deniability. Oh, we didn't do that. Oh, this poor president got assassinated of this country. It's nothing to do with us, right? This is how it's been working for decades in Latin America. You know, you can list the countries, just country after country, regime change operations by the CIA in fairly brutal ways, and then getting regimes into power that are, you know, essentially puppet regimes run by the CIA, presidents, prime ministers assassinated, and so on. But always, it wasn't us, it's denied. Although, you know, we do have whistleblowers like Fletcher Prouty and his great book, The Secret Team, which tells you a lot about how the CIA became so powerful, totally out of bounds and out of control, beyond its legal powers. You know, it's been active beyond its legal powers for decades. He also describes how they did this. Very simply, basically the institution that's supposed to rein in the CIA, they exist formally. It's the committees in the Senate and Congress. You know, there's committees,
The House Intelligence Committees and Senate Intelligence.
exactly,
Committee.
and
I'm going to pause it there. Go ahead.
My thing was, I got to go back since you said what I'm looking for. So the person was saying, and you said, oh, we brought up this this indictment on Maduro like 6 years ago, and we didn't mean anything. So I'm going to show you how long this has been going on, that we always wanted it. The only difference was that Trump was just a bold enough person to do it. But they have always thought that the United States was coming after them.
Posibilidad de una guerra está ahí, entonces.
Pero tú no ves. Tú no ves la amenaza que es para nosotros, el imperio de los Estados Unidos.
¿Por qué cree que Estados Unidos quiere atacar Venezuela?
Bueno, ahí está la historia reciente. Yo te voy a decir la causa más importante. Aquí mismo, está la reserva de petróleo más grande de este planeta. Aquí en Venezuela tenemos petróleo para más de 100 años. A Estados Unidos se le está acabando el petróleo. La razón de mayor peso de que Estados Unidos quiera poner aquí un gobierno subordinado a él, al imperio, como lo tuvieron durante mucho tiempo, es el petróleo venezolano.
Quiero hacerle una pregunta sin que a usted le moleste. ¿Está usted paranoico con Estados Unidos?
No, de ninguna manera. Yo solo soy realista. Si tú le pudieras hacer esa pregunta que me has hecho a mí, lo que pasa es que no podrás porque la mayoría están muertos. Hazle esa pregunta.
Let me say what he just said, because you ain't here. He's saying, if you want to ask somebody, hold up.
Posibilidad de una guerra está ahí.
Let me go back. He's saying, why? If I can ask
Posibilidad de una guerra está ahí.
let me go back. Why is this? He's saying to him, he says to her, why don't you ask these people about the United States and their imperialism? And he says, oh, I'm sorry. You can't ask them. You know why? Because they're all dead. You know why they're all dead? Because the United States killed them.
Sin que a usted le moleste. ¿Está usted paranoico con Estados Unidos?
No, de ninguna manera. Yo solo soy realista. Si tú le pudieras hacer esa pregunta que me has hecho a mí, lo que pasa es que no podrás porque la mayoría están muertos. Hazle esa pregunta a Jacobo Arbenz, que era presidente de Guatemala cuando yo estaba naciendo, tú no habías nacido. solo porque quiso hacer una reforma agraria. Lo invadieron Estados Unidos y lo derrocaron. Tú pudieras hacerle esa pregunta a João Goulart, el brasileño. Lo derrocaron Estados Unidos. Tú pudieras hacerle esa pregunta a Salvador Allende, el presidente mártir. Tú pudieras hacerle esa pregunta a Juan Bosch, el expresidente dominicano derrocado por la invasión de los Estados Unidos. Tú pudieras hacerle esa pregunta a mi general Omar Torrijos, asesinado por la CIA. Y ya, muchos más. ¿No es paranoica? Es la verdad. Yo estoy cumpliendo una responsabilidad de jefe de Estado. Los paranoicos son otros, los de la extrema derecha, los enloquecidos que creen que el mundo no va a cambiar, las burguesías de este continente, pitiyanquis que pretenden a rajatabla seguir dominando a estos pueblos y no van a poder lograrlo. Solo después del 11 de septiembre, Estados Unidos empezó a hacer la lista de terroristas. Bueno,
let me break this down because y'all saying I'm dumb. Y'all saying that Maduro had let me tell you why. Hold on, I'm talking. Let me tell you why he had an arrest warrant. What? Not because of anything else. This is what the United States does because they couldn't control somebody.
Did I go through and analytically break down everything people are saying, or did I let them talk for themselves?
I'm just saying, look.
Y a mí me tienen también en esa lista. Estados Unidos, el gobierno de Estados Unidos lanzó una bomba atómica sobre Hiroshima, una bomba atómica. Y otra sobre Nagasaki. Eso es terrorismo.
Posibilidad de una guerra está ahí, entonces.
Pero tú no ves.
He's just quoting history.
No, what he's saying is after 9/11, what the United States done, they started to label everybody terrorists.
Bro, you are narrating somebody else's conversation like you Sunday night quarterback.
I'm not narrating. I'm quoting exactly what he says because he's speaking in Spanish.
But you're adding to it.
He just said after 9/11, the United States came in and labeled everybody terrorists. Hold on. I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished.
Bro, you just played a 5-minute video and narrated the whole fucking thing. I can't say nothing.
Brother, you just played Tucker Carlson for 10 minutes.
And I didn't say a fucking word.
Well, you should have said something. It ain't my fault you didn't. That was your time. I don't have to, I commentate. I don't have to let them do it because I got my own words. I don't have to listen to this person. I mean, I got my own ideas.
I'm going to say real quick, and then you can finish your point. Let me just say something real quick.
Hold on.
When you listen to people,
why can I?
Because you're not going to listen for the next 5 minutes. I just want to say this while you're talking.
You let me land my plane.
It's only going to take 1 minute at the most.
1 minute I could have landed my plane.
Okay, go ahead and land your plane.
All right.
We'll see how long that lasts.
The person in the chat and you said, "Oh, this arrest warrant came 6 years ago, and why didn't we go arrest them then?" And I'm saying that since 10, 15 years ago, we've always had this. We've always said this about Hugo Chavez. We had this about other countries. We label them narco terrorists in order to be able to invade and do what we do. The reason we are labeling the people in Cuba a murderer, because we label a murder, we can come in and arrest and then take over. This is what we do. He just gave a long list of countries that we do this to. We label them something, then we come in with the CIA and disrupt their country, put in our puppet people. That's why nobody trusts us. That is the same reason, and I'm bringing it back to Iran, since you wanted me to. That's the same reason Iran doesn't trust us, because we had the Shah, who was our puppet, and they democratically elected the Ayatollah. And they said, we don't want the United States in with this because you set up puppets for your own personal use. We don't need you. Landed it and brought it back to Iran.
Okay. All I have to say with a lot of these interviews, you have to ask yourself, who's talking? Why are they? What do they want? And what are their motivations and objectives they're trying to achieve with that interview?
Answer the question with him.
I don't know necessarily his name, but I know he wasn't that much of a reputable leader either.
I wasn't a reputable leader. What did he
No, I just said I don't know his history. I have to look him up, but I do recall that interview. I watched it when we were doing the Venezuela video. But I don't recall I don't recall his history, but I know he wasn't a straight up shooter either. He had motives for saying what he said.
Hold up. Trump has motives for saying what he says. Putin has motives for saying what he says. Netanyahu has motives for saying what he says. What do you mean? Every president has a motive because they have their interest in their own country.
So was he not a leader of Venezuela? So does he not have a motive for saying the things he said? But and where do you think that is? Wait, and where do you think is continuation of the statement? And where do you think that motive is being greatly received, but on a global scale, because he's doing a news media article so he can put out the perception to the world that they should feel sorry for Venezuela?
What he's saying is, leave us alone. Leave us.
Why would we do that?
It's our oil. It's in our ground. We don't do anything to you. Why are you coming to us? And here's the thing, where the United States always gets upset, and this is what you say. We do something to other countries, but when that other country does something to us, we call them the world's worst. And no, you are wrong, Travel at least it's no. Hold on, I'm gonna address him.
I told you stay out the chat. Stay out the chat. We're not in the chat. We are having a debate. You're not debating the room. It's not tag team events. It's not
bringing it right there. He said it was the Britons that ripped off the oil from Iran. Partly right and partly wrong. If you know who Dulles from the Dulles Airport of Washington, D.C. was, why don't you look them up? That's the CIA people who started the coup in Iran that brought along the Shah. So yeah, they was ripping them off, but we had interest in the oil too. So we started a coup in Iran. Look them up, the Dulles brothers. Go ahead.
I done forgot my whole point because you went off topic just to answer somebody else's question.
I brought it back to Iran. You said bring it back to Iran.
It wasn't with my point. It was with somebody else's point.
No,
I was trying to make a point. You interrupted me to answer somebody else's.
You said nobody trusts us, and I'm saying there's a
no. I was saying what I was saying before you cut me off to answer a fucking chat was I was talking about looking at the person's motivation. You were giving me some kind of rebuttal on what his motivation was, and I was about to come right back, but now I don't fucking remember.
Okay. Well, his motivation was
in our conversation. Don't worry about nobody else.
His motivation was, I want to do something for my country. And whatever I want to do with my oil in my country, I can do whatever I want to with it. You can't dictate to me how
just like you're saying Iran has the right to go ahead and bomb anybody else that was outside of the ones that initially attacked them.
Yes.
You're saying they can drop bombs on anybody because they want to drag everybody into a fucking war when those people had nothing to do with it. And you think that's okay as well, right?
Okay. Before I answer that, because I'm deadly going to answer that. If I say that they can do that, let me just ask this, and let's just go question by question. Are you saying they're wrong
for dragging everybody into a fucking war? Yes.
Okay. When the United States does the same thing, why do we say they're right?
Here's the thing.
No. I answered
your question. All I said was, "Here's the thing." You're like, no.
Let's go.
Let me gear up. So let me say this. Mm-hmm. On the world of a global scale, let's put it this way: if you're not a big boy and you can't take your ass whippings like a man, take your L. You matched up against a country that could whoop your ass. Take your L.
Hold up.
Or
that would be good.
Wait, stop. You are interrupting me. You are interrupting me. Let me get my flow off.
All right.
If you a big boy and you're getting your ass whipped, it doesn't mean you start volleying rockets to everybody around you to try to get them involved or upset with the person whooping your ass. Take your fucking.
Why don't you?
Because there are rules against things like that globally.
No, there's no rules.
There are absolutely rules of engagement. There are absolutely wartime rules of engagement.
Can I ask you a question then?
Yeah.
And I'll bring up, let me do, all I need is 10 seconds. And I was already here.
Now he interrupted me as I was flowing through this, and now he wants to go ask me a question.
No, I'm not asking.
I forgot my whole fucking flow.
I just got to look it up because I'm going exactly what you stated. You said there's rules. All right. Hold on.
Rules.
I'm going to give you the double standards. In World War II, we prosecuted and executed the Japanese. Do you know why we executed the Japanese? Because they waterboarded. And we said waterboarding was such an atrocious crime that it was so bad that when the Japanese did it, that we executed them. Do you know what we did in Afghanistan? Because you said there's rules to this. You said there's rules to this. We executed one people for doing it, but when we do it, we called it enhanced interrogation. And nobody got punished for it. Matter of fact, the CIA agent who called it and busted him he went to jail for calling it out. So don't tell me there's rules in war, because there are no rules. There's only the rules that we make. The world rules, brother. And I can go down the line as to every time we said that somebody can't do something wrong, that we do the same thing. In Vietnam, we bombed Cambodia. You know why we bombed Cambodia? Because we said Cambodia was supplying the Vietnamese. So Cambodia had nothing to do with the war, but they were supplying the Vietnamese. We said, you're going to say that's right. So Iran says, hold up. We're going to bomb Saudi Arabia. Why? Because they're supplying the United States. Now, I'm cool if you say it's all wrong, but what you keep doing is justifying when the United States does it. But you don't do it when another country does it. You say they're wrong. So I just gave you 3 examples of when the United States has done the same thing that you're saying is wrong that Iran is doing.
So are you acknowledging that Iran is doing something wrong or not?
No.
You haven't cleared that up.
I'm not calling it wrong. You know why? I'm not.
So you're saying they can bomb anybody they want, regardless of whether they were directly involved in this whole war between America, and I'm going to put America first, but Israel is also still involved in this.
Yes. If somebody breaks into your house, do you say, look, man, I got to fight you?
You blow up the whole fucking neighborhood because one person broke into your house.
If your neighbors, hold up, if your neighbors are supplying those people who broke in with the weapons,
they are not. They were not.
There's bases in those places,
bro. Initially, when the bombing started, each one of those Arab nations said, you are not going to use those bases, and you're going to fly around our fucking airspace in order to drop those bombs.
There's bases there, and if your neighbor,
but they said initially you were not allowed to use those bases. Did they or did they not do that first?
They had American.
Okay, so now you're calling everybody else a liar.
No, I don't care.
Because there were strict engagement rules on that first bombing run. There were strict engagement rules.
Iran said
there were strict engagement rules. You have to acknowledge there were engagement rules.
Look, there is no rules of engagement. It's only the rules that we make up. If there's rules of engagement, why is it that we can prosecute and execute? Execute, that means kill. Why can we kill the Japanese for waterboarding and then we waterboard? Why is
what year was waterboarding illegal and when did it become legal?
It was never legal. It was never legal. Okay. We just changed the definition to say it was not torture. It was called torture.
Interrogation.
Yeah, all we did was take the same word, the same thing, and we just said it's not torture. We're calling it enhanced interrogation. It's still the same thing. That's like me saying, look, I didn't cheat. I just had what we call an extracurricular talking with the girl. It's cheating. See, so I just want to know, because you said there's rules of engagement. Please explain to me. Please explain to me how the rules of engagement, it was it was torture when Japan did it, but it was not torture when we did it. Because you said there's rules of engagement.
I'm going to talk about this specific rule. I'm not going to keep on bringing up past infringements.
Okay, well, let's talk about the specific rule.
Hold on, and I'm going to show you. Give me a second. I'm pulling up the graphic so everybody else can associate that me not just spitting off shit. There are actually rules of engagement. Okay?
The U.S. bomb.
We're going to bring up global rules of war.
Okay, what are global?
That says global, right? By the International Humanitarian Law. Okay. At a glance, here are the different rules, right?
Do not target civilians. We did that when we bombed the school.
No. I'm talking about Iran, and you just saying they are able to go and bomb anybody they want because
the United States didn't follow these rules. Because the United States didn't follow
there are no rules. Did you not just say there are no rules?
There are no rules. Exactly.
Okay, so I'm sitting here pulling up rules that actually say there are rules to engagement on a global war.
It says the first rule is do not target civilians. The United States bombed a school that had 160.
Again, I'm saying Iran, and you said Iran has the right to do whatever the fuck they want. There are no rules.
If the United States can do whatever the fuck they want, then why can't the people they bomb and do whatever the fuck they want?
So then when there's repercussions on whatever the fuck they want, if they're not big enough to handle those repercussions, what's the fucking problem?
I don't have no problem. The reason we came up is because I said Iran said we're cutting off the Strait of Hormuz. Not only that, there are cables for internet underneath our sea. And if you come at us, we're going to cut them. And that's going to cost you $1 trillion. And you said that was wrong. And I said that's not wrong.
The engagement in war, before you attack, you got to identify the objective, apply distinction. You got to check legality and methods of how you're going to job. You got to return proportional attack. You see, there's a line and a procedure to these things, right? We're not fucking monkeys. We don't just react out of fucking emotion, or the planet has been blown up. What's going on in Gaza? The planet would have been blown up by now when we had the Cold War. Everybody had a fucking nuclear bomb threatening to drop it. Did that mean they were going to fucking drop it? This is the reason why we don't want Iran to have a fucking bomb, because they act emotionally. My question. Anybody, regardless of whether there's a rule or not. We at least have enough emotional control that we won't drop a fucking nuke on anybody just because we're
doing is talking loud. That don't mean you're talking right.
I am talking right.
You just showed me rules. My question is,
the ones that you said that were not there.
Why haven't we followed? It don't look, brother. The rules are in marriage that don't cheat. But if you don't follow the rules, it don't mean nothing. You can say that there are rules.
And then listen, the result of you not following the rules in marriage is she's going to file for divorce, right?
So what was the result in the marriage?
How do you divorce somebody globally on a planet?
What did America?
So the two things don't correlate.
You don't answer my question. You just showed me rules.
Yeah, the ones that you said you're not.
Can you go back to that?
Now, wait.
I just want you to go back.
I need you to acknowledge that there are rules of engagement. There are rules to war where you said there were not.
No, there's only the rules that you want to follow.
Oh my goodness. So if you don't want to follow them, then there's going to be a repercussion. There's
no repercussions if you're the big person.
Oh, really? There's no global court that will not prosecute them after the fact, right?
No.
And then you're going to say they're wrong for prosecuting them when they were just defending themselves against people that never fucking attacked.
Tell me this. What court prosecuted America for enhanced interrogation?
You're looking at one minutia point.
See what you just did. Hold up. See what you just did.
And plus, you moved the goalpost.
You didn't.
You still haven't acknowledged. You still haven't acknowledged that
there are no rules. I said there are no rules.
Okay, so these rules don't matter.
If you come after me and you're trying to destroy me, I'm going to do everything in my power to survive. So there are no rules. What are you talking about?
Okay, so these don't apply.
Now I get you. I just answered.
So when the whole wait. No, you didn't answer my question. So you're saying you're not acknowledging
rules. Hold up. You just asked me, and I just answered.
No. You answered me, but you answered me in a way that you're not acknowledging. Your first statement was, hold up. Your first statement was, there are no rules of engagement when it comes to war. And I said, there absolutely are. You said, show me. I said, okay, here they are. Acknowledge that I have shown you the global rules of war. And whether you want to acknowledge that they need to follow them or not, that's something different. I need you to acknowledge there is a set of rules out there globally to conduct war.
There are rules to war, but nobody follows. And there's no. And
now we can move on. Yeah. Okay. And so with that, yes, I agree. I'm not finished. No, I'm about to agree with you, and you're stopping me. I'm agreeing with you that yes, you don't have to follow those rules, but there are rules. So that means after the whole conflict. Wait. That means after the whole conflict is over, however you're being punished, whether it be through sanctions, whether it be something more extreme, when the global economy or whoever puts those things in place, you can't blame the globe for you having sanctions when you broke the fucking rules.
All right. So now I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
What sanctions, what rules, what criminal, what person was prosecuted when they broke the rules of torture? Please go back. I want to go back. Go back.
This has nothing to do with Iran. We're on Iran.
Oh, I'm on Iran. We bombed a school full of girls. Is anybody going to be the United States with a tomahawk?
When did we do that?
The first day of war.
Okay. Now, you know Iran as much as anybody else, right? And you're the
so you got to acknowledge what we're doing.
Answer your question. Okay. I'm prefacing the answer.
Okay.
You know Iran. You know they're going to be entrenched in the environment is what it is. It's mountainous. They got tunnels everywhere. Blah blah blah. Right. So you do know and you've heard even during the last live that we had, you acknowledged that even Iran was willing to put women and children on bridges to stop the American fighters from breaking down and blowing up all their bridges, right? You acknowledged that last time. They said that.
Those were not war bridges. That was infrastructure bridges. The bridges had nothing to do with war. So yes, the people went and got on.
Do you understand strategic targeting? Do you understand strategic targeting?
Yeah.
Okay, strategic targeting is to do something so it's not comfortable for that person that you're fighting against to conduct everyday business. So blowing up a bridge
does strategic targeting on.
Wait. That is so blowing up a bridge is a strategic target.
Blowing up a base in South.
Putting kids and women on the bridge so that we have to acknowledge the Geneva Convention while they can continue to do whatever the fuck they want is not.
No.
So what you're saying is they can enforce the rules on us, and if we follow through on strategic targeting, and by the way, we do warn people before we drop bombs 95% of the time. Certain areas we're not, because it puts the pilot or whoever at risk, but we'll give you a warning that, hey, within a day or two, we're going to drop bombs. And if you don't clear out those certain areas you feel like we might drop bombs in, oh, well, if you lose life. But you know what certain countries do? When we give them the heads up, they start putting people in ways of the bomb so we don't drop them.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Then we go back to the question that we asked last time. What is a combatant and what is a non-combatant? Because we got into that conversation last time. By them putting children on the bridge, by them putting children on the bridge. I'm trying to clear this. By them putting kids on the bridge, that makes them combatants at that point because they knew that bridge was going to be targeted.
Okay.
Okay. Now, no, it does. So it is a known fact that Iran, because they're great at tunneling and they have a lot of underground facilities, they put a lot of their facilities under targeted areas that are supposedly against the Geneva Convention, hospitals, schools, churches. They actually had command centers under them. And in them, they run their whole organization out of those buildings because they know they can't, by infrastructure, be bombed. Based on our own rules, based on our own rules of engagement, they try to use.
Let's go with what you're saying. Based on our own rules of engagement, why did we bomb the school with 160 girls in it? And here's the thing: I'm going to give you this knowledge ahead of time. It operated as a school for 10 years, so it wasn't
before they made it a command center.
No. It operated as a school. It was not a command center. It operated as a school for 10 years, meaning it was currently a school.
Of course it was. And all you can do is acknowledge that they say what they said
actively as an elementary school for 10 years.
Of course they're going to say that.
We had. What do you mean? See what you do is you don't acknowledge when it's wrong. When you just brought up these whole rules and you said what we can't do, and I said on your rules,
and then I just say,
if you go back to the rules, it says something about bombing innocent people. Can I look at the rules again? I want to see the rules.
No, correct. I'm saying correct. But what did I just say after that? If you put women and children in an area where you know it's a combat area, it turns them into
years. It wasn't a combat area. It was an elementary school for 10 years.
I just said they put command centers in buildings now where they know the Geneva Convention refutes that you should be bombing.
All right, so let's say what you just said is true. Let's just say everything you just said. I want you to repeat that for me because I didn't hear it exactly how you said it. They put command
and control centers in schools, hospitals, and churches because they use the Geneva Convention and our rules of engagement because they don't follow them. We do. Okay. They will put command centers and important ordinances in those buildings and around those buildings to prevent us from dropping bombs. That's why our ordinance and our technology. Let me finish.
Okay.
That's why our ordinance and technology has to be so precise nowadays that we normally don't miss. And the reason we don't miss is because we have assholes like Iranians that will do shit like that and try to blame us for bombing a civilian after the fact.
So what you just admitted to was,
oh my Lord,
what you just said. Let's just say what you said, everything was true.
It is true.
Hold up. Did they put a school there? They put a school there to do what? Prevent the United States or
their friend or anybody who follows the
Geneva Convention.
Mm-hmm.
You just admitted that when we bombed the school, we didn't follow the Geneva Convention. You just said it. Hold up. If there's a hospital with something underground, they put it there because we have to follow the Geneva Convention and don't bomb the hospital. Hold up. No, I'm talking because you just admitted it. I'm glad you just admitted it.
No, I didn't.
You said there's rules of war.
Yes.
And one of the rules is you don't bomb innocent people. You don't bomb hospitals.
Right.
You don't bomb that.
Not normally, yes.
But we did.
And I'm going to tell you why.
We broke the convention.
I will tell you why if you be quiet.
Explain it to me.
Okay. I just told you in a furtherance, when you put people in strategic target areas, they stop being civilians and become what?
So the 160 girls that we killed were combatants. I just want to understand.
By Iran's own.
The 160 innocent children.
Did you not hear what I just said? By Iran doing what they did, yes, they turned those 160 girls.
They didn't do anything. We chose to bomb.
They absolutely did. They absolutely did. They absolutely chose to put a command center under a fucking church, under a fucking school, under a fucking hospital. They chose to do that because they knew what you're saying.
I'm going to get this right.
They changed the innocent girls into combatants. They absolutely
did. 160 kids.
160 combatants.
160 innocent girls.
160 innocent combatants.
Just collateral damage. It's just collateral damage.
That's what war is, sir. Sorry.
So, great. I'm glad you said that. Then there's no rules in war. There's no.
No, there is.
There can't be. If I can say that everybody I kill is just collateral damage. If old people inside,
is it legitimate though? Is you randomly bombing a whole bunch of other countries because you're getting your ass whooped part of them bombing somebody that's actually engaged in war, or them throwing a temper tantrum versus us trying to drop precision munitions on a known target, even though they put civilians in harm's way? Who's responsible for those civilians? The American people or the country that put them in harm's way?
If a much stronger person threatens to destroy your life, you don't fight under gentlemen's rules. You look for every.
So then you're able to break the rules. So then when the war is over, I don't expect to hear anybody crying over war crimes being prosecuted.
Oh no, hold up. But who's prosecuting it? It's always the United States prosecuting.
No, it's called the international humanitarian law.
We don't have that, brother. If we had that, then Netanyahu would be arrested.
So when the Germans were prosecuted, we did all that, or was it an international community that held those trials?
We went and got them. When we did.
I don't know. I took the trials after the war was over.
Okay.
Who held those trials?
United States, basically the United States.
No, we didn't.
Bro,
it was the global community that held those trials.
Then let me ask you, who held the trial for the My Lai torture in Vietnam?
At that point, you know what? I don't think the United States had the position of power that it has now. Back then in World War II, we weren't positioned like that. We were still a very young country. They didn't know what our full capabilities were up until World War II. That's when we took more of the position of a global power in World War II. Because what? The nuclear bomb helped us get there.
Who prosecuted the people that did the My Lai torture in Vietnam? I mean,
I don't know.
You saying
I don't know. I don't look at war structured courts. That's not my thing.
They weren't prosecuted.
Basically. Who weren't?
The gentleman who killed all the innocent women and children in the My Lai event.
Okay. So let me ask you this. What general, captain, or whoever put those bombs on those children and women and made them run to
no bombs on them? Have you ever seen that documentary? You never seen the documentary, man. You never
one person's accounting is not the general accounting of everybody and everybody's experience in a fucking war zone.
It was not one person. It was the whole.
I have a whole nother set of brothers that will tell you it's totally different, including my uncle.
In the My Lai event, please tell me.
Not just that specific incident. You like to bring up one specific incident for a whole event. Okay. A war is not one situation. Wars are one and one situation, not one battle.
It is a war is a series of one situations. What are you talking about? That's all it is.
This is where it comes up.
So you can't tell
this
me.
This is a civilian argument of veteran.
I'll ask you another question.
And see, here's the thing: civilian logic and military logic will never agree on certain things because we're taught differently. You're taught American law, and you have certain boundaries your brain can't expand upon.
I guess
military guys are taught another law.
Brother, you just showed me a whole list of rules.
Yes.
I'm going by your list. Can you go back to the rules? Because what you showed me, you shouldn't torture. And what I account is in Guantanamo Bay, we tortured. I'm still holding you to Iran. I'm not talking about Guantanamo Bay. You like to jump off the topic. No. The reason I'm talking about that, because every time I bring up
I'm still trying to figure out why you think Iran is okay to bomb everybody around them, whether they were involved in the war or not.
The same reason the United States was okay to bomb Cambodia and Laos, who were not involved in the war in Vietnam. The same reason. What do you mean? It has everything to do with it. You just asked me why, and I'm saying
I don't know who was. Here's the thing: I can't respond to that because I don't know what happened after. I don't know if anybody was prosecuted. I don't even know if it was. How do you know? Were you there?
I'm looking at it. There was nobody prosecuted.
Yeah, a lot of fucking things. You don't know if captains and corporals and people that actually did the bombing were being held against on UCMJ. You only look at the civilian courts. You don't look at the fucking military courts. And if somebody was blamed that was in command.
Let me put this on so I can say. I'm going to ask ChatGPT. I'll ask him.
ChatGPT might.
Who was punished for the torture of Guantanamo Bay when the prisoners were.
And what does that got to do with Iran?
Because what you just said is, you just made the rule. You said there are certain rules. And I'm saying there are no rules. None.
Okay, and we'll find out if there are rules after the war is over.
Critics,
because you're not going to apply those rules.
I'm looking at it. Were people punished? High-level officials. No senior political leaders were criminally convicted.
Political. What about military? I said military.
I'm looking at
UCMJ.
It's going down the rank. It goes high level, lower level punishments, and then it goes double standards. Same. No prison guards, no imprisonment, no dischargements. And this the one famous case involved the one person who was showed on TV when she took the pictures of the naked dudes that she had in handcuffs. What I keep saying is, you saying it's wrong if Iran does something. And I'm saying that's fine if you say it. But when I say the United States does the same thing, you say, I can't find the proof. I don't know that.
You know why? Listen. This is why I say everything is not written in black and white. Because there's a whole fucking... I'm going to give you an example. Stop interrupting me. There's a whole unit in the Marine Corps. They're famous. They're called the Walking Dead. 1st Battalion, 8th Marines was disbanded. Now, why? Because they were committing war crimes as they were fucking killing Vietnam. They were cutting the fucking earlobes off of Vietnamese, and they would keep ropes around their fucking necks with the ears of the guys they killed. They were disbanded. Literally, the whole unit was disbanded. And I'm sure the motherfuckers that were doing it were also prosecuted, but you won't see that in writing. You'll hear it in stories. That's what I'm talking about. Everything is not published, and that's why they keep the media out of it. You didn't even know about that. I do, because I was in 1st Battalion, 4th Marines. I know about that unit. 8th Marines itself was disbanded for that. It was dishonorable. So there's another set of rules.
Hold up. You killed people, you cut off their ears, you did that, and they were disbanded. What the fuck?
And prosecuted.
I'm looking at it. Only one person. If they were all disbanded and all of them done, one person.
Yeah.
One person.
Do you know?
Hold up. Let me explain, because you just asked me. I didn't know about
who was the one person prosecuted and why.
I have it right here. William Calley. And you are talking about, when you said The Walking Dead, you are talking about the Lye massacre, of which I said. William Calley was the only person convicted. And you know what happened? His initial William Calley was the U.S. soldier who was convicted. But you know what happened to William Calley? Hold up. I'm telling you what happened. He got house arrest. House arrest. Yeah. And then after he got house arrest, the president gave him a pardon.
Okay.
What are you talking about? Hold up. You can't.
Jesus Christ. Be quiet for a second. Is he white or black? Is he white or black? You got to look at the history. Is he white or black?
He's white.
Okay, so he's white and he's killing Viet Cong, who are what? Asian, right? So that's one problem. Two, how come, is he a captain? Is he a sergeant? Is he a lance corporal? You mean to tell me a lance corporal was doing this or a sergeant was doing this and the captain and everybody above it didn't fucking know? A whole unit got disbanded, but one motherfucking individual got prosecuted. Are you fucking kidding me right now? You know how many people are in a fucking unit? Do you know how many people are in a unit? Do you know how many people are in a unit?
You just telling me it doesn't matter. You're just telling me that they got away with murder. You're explaining to me that a whole unit was disbanded.
No, what I'm saying is the military is, listen, what I'm saying is the military is racist as fuck, is why I started off with a white man. And they're not going to prosecute you to the full extent of the law, because even black men weren't fucking human in Vietnam.
Man, listen to what you're saying. You are you're telling me that it is wrong for what Iran is doing. And I'm saying, okay, let's say that's wrong.
It absolutely
hold up. Then you brought up and said, oh, there's this unit in The Walking Dead and they got disbanded. And so I look them up. Hold up. So I look them up and I say, damn.
And only one person out of a whole fucking unit that got disbanded was prosecuted.
The Walking Dead, I'm going to read it. In 1968.
How many survivors were in The Walking Dead?
I'm reading it. They killed let me read this, because it says hundreds of Vietnamese civilians, including women, children, elderly people in the village of My Lai. Out of that, because not one person killed hundreds of people. All of them people, you're saying the only thing that happened to them was they was just disbanded. And out of murdering hundreds of innocent people, only one person was prosecuted. And out of that one person that was prosecuted, he was let go. So you can't tell me what Iran does is wrong, because we do it. And when we do it, it's okay.
Do you think even Iran's going to disband anything for anything they did? Do you think they're going to do anything? So
Iran is Iran is not torturing.
I asked a specific question that you could have answered and you didn't.
Okay? I said no.
The specific strength of the Walking Dead unit was 800 Marines and Naval Hospital Corpsmen. Okay. Total personnel was 2,892 Marines and Corpsmen served in the battalion during its 47-month length. It's only been it was only a 47-month unit. Okay. And they disbanded it immediately once they figured out that the command and control had broken down.
Okay. You're still not telling me nothing. If they killed hundreds of people, nobody went to jail for it. And then you're going to tell me Iran is wrong. United States kills hundreds of innocent people, men, women, children, elderly. Nothing happens. And then you want me to tell you that Iran is wrong for bombing somebody in their neighbor? What the fuck? You crazy, man.
Hold on.
They do what they have to. And you said we not terrorists. Come on, man.
So you like to pick out little points without asking.
I didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
I did bring it up. But what I brought it up in a way that you're saying that we don't prosecute our own, and we do.
We don't prosecute our own. You just told me that there was 800 people, 2,000 something. And out of all of those people who did all of these atrocities and killed all of these people, we found one scapegoat. Come on now. We found one scapegoat. You just said that these people was walking around.
Hold on.
You just said that people were walking around with ears on a rope.
So listen. I just went and asked, what is the level? How many men actually took ears? Because while you're associated to a unit, it's not everybody that does it.
You said ears.
I answer the statement without you adding to it. while ear taking and trophy taking was documented phenomenon among U.S. troops in Vietnam, it was never widespread practice condoned by leadership. It was carried out by localized minority of individuals. It doesn't mean the whole fucking unit did it.
I didn't say nothing about ears, brother. You brought up ears.
Yes, but the point I brought it up for was to show you that, yes, American military does get prosecuted for shit that's not talked about on a national scale.
No, brother. You didn't tell me anybody that got prosecuted.
Stop interrupting me.
Who got prosecuted?
You just said the guy's name that got prosecuted for it.
800 people committed these atrocities.
But no, not 800 people. I said it was small individual. That's why I said how many people actually took ears. He said it was. They said it was small and localized.
Okay, why didn't none of those people get prosecuted?
I don't know. Maybe they were already killed in action. Here's the thing: you don't understand. You don't know.
You're right.
I'm not making excuses. How do you know that they all died?
You're right.
Do you know? Wait.
Right.
Listen, I'm going
to
give you a known fact. Do you know the life expectancy of somebody in Vietnam?
Hold up, you going way off. I don't care.
Do you know the life expectancy of somebody in Vietnam? Maybe they all fucking died
in Vietnam.
Maybe the ones that maybe the ones that were in that specific unit were already killed, and the only one to survive.
Man, I showed you a whole fucking documentary on My Lie, and I was telling you about the black dude who had a stack of medication next to him.
Oh, just tell him I'm talking to somebody. I'm okay. So, like I said, you got to dig into all the facts. Everybody takes superficial information. There's 800 people on a unit. They said it wasn't everybody that did it. Nobody condoned it. It wasn't like an officer was saying, yeah, take all their ears as wartime civil. It was one small unit. A small unit could be comprised of 5 individuals. One individual got fucking prosecuted out of the 5.
Right here, man. I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you this. I'm going to speed through.
Do you know what a platoon is?
I'm going to show you this. I'm going to speed through it real fast.
Do you know what a platoon is?
I'm going to show you. That doesn't mean anything.
All I know is
I don't care. A platoon can be 1 people. It can be 1,000 people. But if you committed atrocities and nobody's prosecuted, then you're going to tell me that Iran people should be prosecuted. You crazy.
Okay.
Look, the reason I did this because I was looking at the PSTD.
This is my life. This is everything.
I want to get
this is the way
where he went. Hold up. Let's see.
That day in my life, I was personally responsible for killing between 20 and
hold on. Hold up. Let me go.
Trying to get away.
Hold up. Because I want to show you what the hell he did, and he did not get prosecuted. Let's go to what my black man did.
But they was just there. It wasn't hard to kill. It wasn't hard to find anyone to kill. That day in my life, I was personally responsible for killing between 20 and 25 people, about 25 people. Personally.
These are innocent.
Shooting them, to cutting their throats, to scalping them, to cutting off their hands.
Wait, hold up, brother. Wait, there's no, what do I got to do with Iran? What do you mean? I need to prosecute Iran. This dude is admitting exactly what the fuck he did. He just, let him go. Let him
out the talk.
Go ahead, brother.
I did that.
This has nothing to do with Iran.
Didn't tell me. Why did you kill them and do that?
I just went. My mind just went. I wasn't the only one that did it.
What?
A lot of other people did it.
Who? What?
I just killed once I started the training, the whole programming part.
Programming, like Ronin?
Just came out.
Yeah, I know. That's right. Indeed.
What was his unit?
But you're training.
He's part of the Walking Dead that you talked about, my brother. And here's the thing. Hold up. Let me get this off because this is what you.
What unit was he in? Is all I asked. 1st Battalion, 9th Marines. What unit?
It don't say it. I don't know. All I know is he was part of that. Him and his unit. It's a whole big thing where they killed innocent people. You do realize there's Marines. I'm gonna land my plane. You keep telling me, well, why would they not prosecute Iranians if Iranians did it and these people did it and there's no rules to
like
war and there's no rules to war? And I told you
that with my whole chest. Like you say it with your whole chest.
There are no rules to war. There
absolutely are. Whether you choose to follow them, that's a choice.
Okay, then if America breaks every rule, there is no. If America breaks every rule there is that we put down, we do not do anything to them. You just told me, we're so innocent, and Iran does this. And what
I never said we were innocent. Stop adding words.
You just said, hold up. You said what unit would Iran disband? I said none.
Yeah.
What would Iran do if people murdered them? I said probably nothing. And you said,
you know why? They murder their own people. They don't care.
You said we murder our own people. What are you talking about?
Do we?
Yes. What examples do you want?
Oh, I already know about the ones you're going to bring up.
So hold up.
Tuskegee.
Oh, let's see what you just did. You said they murder their own people. And you said it like that was wrong. And then I said, we murder our own people. And you said, I agree.
And I knew that was wrong.
So is it wrong when they do it? Or is it only wrong? Is it wrong when we do it or only wrong when they do it? Because
it depends on whether they
you
pay for
keep
it or
saying that them that they
It depends on whether they pay for it or not, or whether you got somebody big enough to make them pay for it.
I just showed you that they didn't pay for it here.
So what you're saying is Iran can do whatever the hell they want because we do whatever the hell we want.
Exactly.
And nobody
you hit it. Exactly right. Exactly right.
Okay.
Because if somebody comes at me
So,
and they come in my house
again,
and they fight me, there are
we're
no
gonna
rules.
end that. We're gonna end that with that kind of conversation. You're just sticking to it.
I'm
Don't
not
fucking matter what
This dude says
Iran
I'm
does.
labeling a group based on an individual. This is a
I
whole
just told you to
documentary.
stay out of
Brother.
the fucking chat.
I'm out
I
of the
just
chat.
told
This
you
is
to
a
stay
whole
out the chat.
documentary of this whole group. This was just one dude.
Man,
that
I don't want to hear about no
There's
whiny
a
ass
whole
dude.
documentary of the dudes who admitting this. So it's not one individual. It was a whole.
I'm
group.
trying to stay in Iran. You
I'm
keep
in
wanting to
Iran.
flip
I'm
over
in
to
Iran.
all the
And
other
we just
things
hit
that
it.
are going on in the past.
No. We just hit it. You just said it. What you just said, I agree to. Repeat it, and I agree to it. That's where I stand. You just said, you want to repeat it? So you just said, so other people can do whatever the fuck they want because we do whatever the fuck we want. Yeah, that's exactly it. That is right. There are no rules. You come at me and you trying to destroy my house and you come into my house. I don't care who I got to destroy to get you out my house. If I got to go after you, if I got to go after the neighbor who supplies you, if I got to go after the cousin down the street who let you use their car to do it, that's who I'm going after. That's how it works.
So if that's okay for them to do it, then why does everybody scream how foul we act on a global scale?
Because we act as though we are that we write the rules and we
no. Here's the first time that we ever acted on. Let me finish.
I'm answering the question. Why is it?
No, you just said because we act as if we're innocent.
I'm answering the question because we put ourselves as the police, and as the police,
We have been policing the globe.
We're supposed to follow the rules. Criminals always break the rules because that's what criminals do. It's always wrong when the police break the rules because we hold the police to a higher standard. We say that their standard is higher. So when you say, why do people get upset? We can expect other countries to do miscellaneous things because we say that they are bad and they don't follow it. The United States is supposed to follow the rules because we make the rules. We're supposed to be the gold standard. And what we do are, if we are not the gold standard, we have found out that we are just like the criminals that we say that we are policing. That is
so we're criminals.
Yes.
American government is criminal.
I just showed you when they built somebody. I just showed you how we make up things to go after people. How are we going to go to Cuba? We're going to say that when these people, there was a group. Do you know why? Let me tell you that. Let me ask you that. Do you know why we're saying there's a arrest warrant against a Castro? Well, I'll explain. There was a plane that broke into their international airspace. They gave them several warnings. And when those people didn't stop, they shot the plane down. And we're saying that's murder. But if a plane from another country broke our international airspace and we gave them several warnings and we shut them down, nobody would be prosecuted. If the country does something as people, we blame that president and say the president must have ordered it. If our country does something, we say, oh, the president had nothing to do with it. Can we arrest President Bush for something that somebody did in Afghanistan or Obama for something that they did in Afghanistan? We say, no, we can't do it. But can we arrest another president for something that happened in a war that they had nothing to do with? Yeah. So yes, we are criminals and terrorists just like other countries. We do it. We had no reason to bomb Iran. We had an agreement. With 7 other countries on Iran that they would agree to. We had people in place that would check it. We tore up the agreement. They was living to the agreement. See how I say we break deals? 7 other countries agreed to this. 7 other countries. The world, as you say.
What country did not?
All of them. What do you mean? It was China. No, United States ripped up the agreement.
I love the way fucking everybody likes to ignore saying fucking small hats. What other country did not agree to that whole document?
They're not part of the Big Seven. That's the only people.
They don't fucking matter. They fall in line.
What do you mean? It's the Big Seven. They had to agree to it, and that's who agreed
to
it.
Israel's not part of that Big Seven.
No,
you don't think so,
brother. I don't care what you think. I'm telling you what it is. You talked about facts in the beginning.
So you think Israel only funds politicians in America? They don't fund global politicians.
What you're saying is, United States is corrupt.
No, in United States.
Hold up. If we follow the money,
I got to let you talk for a whole bunch of times.
Go ahead.
Every time I start to interject, you cut me off.
Go ahead.
The global community is influenced by what I said earlier. Money. Politicians included. All the politicians are taking money from who?
So we don't do something because of morals.
All the politicians are taking money from who? It's one answer. And nobody likes to fucking say their name.
I can say Israel. So what you're telling me by saying that is that we are not a land of morals. We're not a land of laws. We're a land of whoever.
We haven't been for a long fucking time. We've been a corporation. Hold up.
Then exactly.
We have been incorporated for a long fucking time. What port of that did I not acknowledge that like 2 episodes ago?
No, then what you're saying exactly what I'm saying. We don't follow rules. We follow money.
We follow money.
So why
if another
country say, man, you just said that we are moral. You just said that we are the police.
Listen, no, 2 things can be true at the same fucking time. Stop cutting me off.
Are we moral?
We're not high morals. We do have ethics. We do still have some controls on certain things, but we are following a leadership that is highly influenced through fucking political campaign contributions that allow them to look past certain things in order to use us on a global scale. And that's been going on since World War I. That's the reason I brought that up.
So Iran, who didn't
do nothing new to America as far as us being used as a linchpin to get involved in conflicts. We have not been involved in a lot of global things. We've been pulled into them.
Hold up. You can only be pulled in if you want to get in. That's all. So Iran, what you're saying is Iran, they over there, they didn't do nothing to us.
Again, you don't understand global politics. You just want to stay within your own little borders and wait until everybody around you is different. And then you're going to scream, I need help.
Huh?
You can't do that after everything's done. You got to do it before.
Explain what you're saying, because I'm lost.
Basically, you'll go in your house and you'll close your doors and you're like, as long as it doesn't affect me in my house, I don't give a fuck, right? But then once all the conflict that doesn't affect you immediately is right there in your fucking neighborhood, now you got something to fucking say, right?
So tell me this on the global level, not in my house. Tell me, because Iran wasn't bothering anybody. Iran. Are you sure? Hold up. That's like your HOA saying, look, here go the rules to the HOA. And then somebody come in, y'all made the rules, and then somebody rips up the rules and say, no, you got to move out. And you're like, hold up, man, I followed the rules. Are
you sure they weren't doing anything? You're saying that with your whole chest, like you don't know if they were making nuclear weapons or not.
You
don't know what they were doing in their bunkers.
This is what you keep doing. You can't prove a negative, man. If you're going to say they was doing something, you got to show me proof that they was doing it. That's like me saying, prove you're not gay.
The government is saying that.
That's like I'm not telling you. You can't.
I'm not the one. Listen,
if I say you're not gay, you can't prove you're not gay.
Listen, you like to throw all these hypotheticals. I'm trying to stay strictly on the conversation. You throw all these variables out there that has nothing to do with the conversation. I'm not the United States government. I'm a U.S. citizen. But what I'm saying is that the U.S. government says that they are enriching. Let me say this real quick, and then I got a video that's going to play, and then you can rebut to that, okay? If the U.S. politicians, and we're supposed to believe the media or not believe the media because people say it's fake news or whatever, the reports out there are saying Iran is enriching uranium against the deal that we have.
Incorrect.
And I finish what I was going to say. I even set it up the way I was going to say it. I'm going to say something, I'm going to play a video, and then I'm going to let you say whatever the fuck you want to say. But you keep interrupting. God damn, bro. I get you get on your lawyer fucking thing, man, but you got to stop, man. It's not that serious. At the end of the day, it's a conversation. All right. I'm going to set this video up.
Be like this.
Yes.
So this is really the context in which we have to see what's happening with this war in Iran. I think ultimately the goal is China, because unfortunately, America has, or key decision makers, let's say, it's not ordinary American people, obviously, what we're talking about here, but some key decision makers in America, influential people that influence American policy, have decided that there should be antagonism between America and China. There's all these, military strategic plans, and China is, in these military plans, described as a key threat, even more important than Russia, which explains some of the unfriendly policies towards China in the past. And it is a parallel development because China, when you look back at the British colonial rule and then Germany rising, Germany was identified as the threat, and then measures were taken, including a world war, Second World War, which shows you the extent to which these planners would go. China seems to be the modern equivalent. It clearly is a challenge economically to America, but if we only think in economic terms, it's not really something to worry about, because economics is about embracing this, and competition is fine, is a good thing. And if you have the right economic policies, America can really thrive on working with China, as partly happened in the past. But you see also there's something sinister going on, because it wasn't really necessary for America to transfer most of the manufacturing to China in the first place. This reminds me of the American investment in Germany in the 1920s and 30s, right? Of course, massive American investment is taking place in China, and technology has been transferred to China when it was needed and helpful. Now, in many ways, there's not many areas left where China needs foreign technology, because it's very much ahead of the game in a lot of them, not all, but, in quite a lot. But clearly that was very important. So why did this happen? I think it's the same reason why it happened in Germany. If you're planning for world war, you also need to make sure the opponent is built up first to have a proper war. And that tells you about the sort of the goals that are at play here.
Do you really think so?
It looks like it. I mean, I'm always reluctant to come to these conclusions, but, it was a bit much, wasn't it? The American investment in China, shifting all this production to China for short-term profit. You've got higher margins if we do it that way. Well, you're losing all these jobs and you're creating all these problems for America, for ordinary people, for the middle class, for the country, and for the long term. Why are you doing this? Well, some people were aware of this and still were part of this thrust, and it wasn't slowed down. So it was intentional, but it was unnecessary. It wasn't really necessary to do this. So there were considerations to make sure China would be built up. And that actually...
You may be getting back to what you said at the outset about, a small percentage of the population has goals that are incomprehensible to normal people because they're so evil.
Right. And China is actually an interesting case study to come to that conclusion too. If we look at the earlier phase of Chinese post-war development, when Mao was in charge,
yes,
it was more or less a dictatorship. It was a communist, more or less dictatorship, and Mao took, very unpleasant policies, clearly, and a lot of people died. Now, there's always this historians' view that, when people died, that clearly wasn't intentional. But some facts about this are very disturbing. First of all, let's not forget that Mao indisputably was put in power by foreign interests. That's not even denied.
Yeah.
Well, what does Russian mean? I mean, it was certainly
Soviet,
and perhaps Bolshevik would come closer to it, because you see a direct lineage there of, if you look at the individuals.
Yes.
They go back to the sort of Bolshevik movement, which you could even call anti-Russian at some stage. I mean, it was clearly
they murdered a lot of Russians. So yeah, it's fair.
And so there is that link. So he was put in place by foreign interests on the one hand. And at the same time, then you look at the policies he took. And I want to focus, I mean, there are many crazy policies, like cultural revolution, which in many ways is being replayed nowadays. You know, this cultural Marxism is a cultural revolution where you mess with people's heads. It's like a psyop. Yes. You know, red is not red and black is not black. You know, you have to denounce yourself and denounce the facts and you know, declare untruths to be true, sort of thing. A man is not a man. What is a woman? You know, doesn't this sound familiar?
It does.
That was also a big operation, the so-called cultural revolution. And then we had this great leap forward, which is economically great leap backward. And then we had this famine, which is quite a mysterious thing. So I want to just briefly talk about this famine. And it's relevant for us today because, again, ordinary people think, oh, we couldn't have leaders who plan horrible things for us. That wouldn't happen. You know, they wouldn't intentionally do it. They have good intentions. They wouldn't never want to starve 80 million people to death, would they? Well, here's the counter case. Here's a case where 80 million people were starved to death. It was covered up for a long time, and the numbers, the more research has been done, have been going up and up and up. We're around 80 million now. First it was only 2 million, 10 million, 15 million. It got higher and higher, and it seems to be in this order, which is phenomenal. I mean, this is really very, very sad and very tragic. What happened? What is this famine in China? It started in a year when there was a bumper crop. So good harvest. Now, if you want to engineer a famine, it's not a great starting point.
Are we going to play this for 10 minutes?
Because it happened
talk about it?
at this point. It makes clearer that it was an intentional starvation of millions of people. Because you had to take a particular combination of very specific policies to get this disastrous outcome. And they're all policies. There's actually no doubt, no historian says it wasn't policies that led to this famine. They just all, whether Western or Chinese historians, they all say, well, but sure, it was a mistake. They didn't intend this. Well,
I'll go ahead and end it right there. You can say whatever you want now.
All right. You keep asking me, and every time I say it, you always want me to prove a negative. You can't prove the negative. So when you say, how do you know they wasn't? So how do I know? Because you said, how do you know Iran wasn't? So I'll play this for a little bit, and then I'll go. And I looked up the exact same thing.
So you interrupted my video so you could play your video.
Well, because I don't play it for 20 minutes to go on it. I just prove a point, which I'm going to do real quick.
Department of War's 2026 National Defense Strategy, and it goes against the White House's national security strategy. These massive doctrinal annual assessments for how the United States will protect national security. The attack against Iran goes contrary to all three of those in terms of priority and action. So why now? Why the way that we've done it? I can't answer it in an.
And what he's referring to when you said,
let him answer the question.
Man, I got one thing.
You like to commentate. I let the video play. You want to give your
video, brother. I'm finished.
Let the video play. He was about to give his answer. Let him answer.
He already answered.
No, he didn't. He just asked him a direct question, and you didn't let him play it out.
Kind of logical way.
What's the non-logical answer?
It's a distraction. It's international pressure with Israel. It's a cheap win after a series of losses. It's a last-ditch effort before he understands that Donald Trump and his party will lose control of the House in the midterms this year.
So okay, now you can. Now I get to talk. You just said, you just asked me about Iran. And I said, Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon. And you said, how do you know? How do I know? He just said it. And how also do I know? In the 2025 annual threat assessment, this is what the United States, all the members of the government, CIA, FBI, all of those people, there's 26 people on the board. They come together and they measure the threat assessment. And it said the U.S. Intelligence Committee continued to assess that Iran was not currently building a nuclear weapon and that Iran's supreme leader had not authorized nuclear weapons and had suspended the program in 2003. So when I say, well, why did we bomb them? You say, oh, how do you know they wasn't developing something? Let's go back to what I just said, brother. I said at the time, Trump tore up the agreement. They were already into an agreement. They tore up the agreement. That's what we didn't follow. I don't know what's funny. What's funny?
Because I told you already that Iran was always a target of opportunity. We didn't have a fucking problem with Iran, and I said that 4 weeks ago.
So
why are
what
you bringing
saying,
it up now?
So what you're saying is they didn't do anything wrong. We just bombed them because of Iran. We just bombed them out of opportunity. And then you tell me, we got to trust the United States.
Who preempted the bombing? Why did we preempt the bombing instead of Israel bomb? Do you know the answer to that?
Why did we preempt the bombing? We didn't preempt it because we bombed them.
We did. No, we did it first because Israel was gonna do it.
Okay. What's that mean? I don't know what you're saying.
What are the ramifications versus us bombing versus Israel bombing first? What are the differences?
It didn't matter who bombed first. They still got bombed.
It does matter. It does matter.
Why does it matter? So what we said is we're going to bomb you instead of letting them bomb you.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Hold up. If you're going to jump me, you going to jump me or Kanal going to hit me. Y'all both hit me. What's the difference in who hit me first?
Come on, man. You don't know?
What does it mean? You hit me. Did it matter who hit me first?
It absolutely does on a global scale.
What? So what? All right.
Personally, to you, listen. To you personally, it does not matter. You got hit, right? To you, it don't matter. Okay. But on a global perception, it does matter who dropped first.
Okay. Say if Say if Israel would have dropped first.
Hold on, travel elitist. I see you back there.
So, and I'm gonna be off in about 20 minutes. So what if Israel would have dropped first? And Israel dropped first.
It started a whole fucking religious war type of
done anything. Israel dropped first. Israel dropped first.
It started a whole fucking jihad fucking bullshit thing going on. If Israel dropped first.
So it didn't happen when they dropped second. What do you mean? They just
because we were already involved.
It didn't matter if they dropped first or second, brother.
It doesn't seem like it's a big thing, but it absolutely is a huge thing in the global community. Who drops first?
Brother, it doesn't matter who drops first. Because once war starts,
this is why you'll never understand. This is why you'll never understand. It absolutely does matter who drops first.
Israel is in 6 first bombings, brother. Lebanon. Who else did they bomb? They all over.
I'm talking about this specific. You love going back in other situations. I'm talking about this particular instance.
It wouldn't have mattered.
It does matter. Okay.
No. Here's
like I said, it's like talking to a wall. Go ahead and do you want to have a closing argument and let the public opinion make a decision on whether Iran has a right to just bomb anybody indiscriminately, and it doesn't fucking matter because there are no rules. Fuck global politics and global rules of engagement, Geneva Convention, all that, Treaty of Versailles, all that shit is out the fucking window. Iran has a right to do whatever the fuck they want because America does it.
Are you making my closing argument or am I?
I'm just asking you, is that pretty much where you're going at? Before I open up.
In war, when I fight for my survival, there are no rules. Just like in a street fight. When I'm fighting for my own survival, there are no rules. I got to do everything I can to survive. You're going to read the chat, you're going to let me talk. See, that's what you just
No, I'm letting you. No, go ahead and finish. Talk.
There are no rules. If you bomb me, you killed my supreme leader. You just killed my entire family, my brothers, my sisters. And then you're telling me, oh, I'm sorry, you can't fight a certain way. I believe you can fight in any way you can to survive. And if that's a street, it's just all war is just a bigger street fight. If somebody came into my house and they're going to try to come at me, I'm going to do everything I can, kill anybody I can to get you out of my house. Remember, I didn't invade your house. So if we go to Iran didn't invade us. We invaded them. It doesn't matter if you say that they were drug in by anybody. I am the man. If I go to the bar with you and you hit another dude, I can say, oh, he drugged me into the fight. Or I can be the big dude and say, man, that's your fight, brother. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You decided to hit him. I didn't. So that shows how weak we are to get in it. Iran has the right to do whatever it has to defend itself. And if that means financially going underwater and saying, look, we are going to threaten to destroy every pipeline under here, every internet connection under here, and we'll cause India, we'll cause the world havoc. Do it. Because if you were coming after me, I'm going to do everything I can to get you off my back. If that means I got to shoot up everything around me, if I got to shoot up the people you're supplying to, and I think what happens is what you keep saying or what you're not saying is United States has done the same thing in almost every war.
Don't put words in my mouth. Just finish off what you want.
United States have done the same thing in almost every war, and we say it's right. Like I said, you keep saying that, oh, well, they bombed Saudi Arabia and they bombed the people around them. Yes, they bombed the people around them because they were their allies. So I have no problem with Iran saying, look, man, I can't get to you. And if I can't get to you, I'm going to get to your allies. And maybe by me bombing the allies and putting pressure on them and doing economic things to them, they will say, we don't want you here. And if we can get you out of the whole region, it's fine. Because remember, Iran isn't over here. We're in their region. They're not in the West. They're there. So if a country says, man, in every country, it's always an alternative way to fight when you're fighting somebody bigger. You are crazy enough to say, take your ass whooping. Nobody does that. Nobody gonna sit back and say, just whip my ass. I'm gonna do everything I can, especially when it's survival for my very existence. In Vietnam, what did they do? The Viet Cong set up a whole nother way to fight. It may have been asymmetrical, but that's what they do. So I believe that if I got to threaten you or even perceive to threaten you to stop you from coming at me, I'm going to do it. Oil sanctions, I'm going to break this down. I'm going to go underwater. I'm cutting cable. I'm doing everything I can to stop you from messing with me. Because remember, Iran, didn't start this. They are the victims of this. And as a victim, you do everything you can to get the bully off your back. Don't be mad if you a bully and you come in and hit somebody and then the repercussions you don't like. That's what it is, brother. You hit me. Don't be mad at my reaction. And I land my plane.
Okay.
Would you like to play a game? Global thermonuclear war. First point of attack. Straits of Hormuz or internet fiber cable under the water? Okay, attacking the Straits of Hormuz using underwater mines and strike drones.
So basically, we're playing war games. And before I bring everybody up, we got a little bit of intro, a little disclaimer, but a little smooth about it. So we're gonna play that real quick, and I'll bring you brothers up.
Co-hosted by Ronin Travelers and Fearless Talk. Before we get into today's conversation, we need to set the table. The views and opinions expressed by our guests, callers, panelists, and contributors are their own. They do not necessarily reflect the views, opinions, official positions, or policies of Hit and Run. Ronin Travelers, Fearless Talk, its hosts, producers, affiliates, partners, or platforms. This program is produced for entertainment, commentary, discussion, and educational purposes only. Nothing said during this show should be taken as legal, financial, medical, political, or professional advice. We discuss real topics, real events, and real opinions. But every viewer is responsible for doing their own research, checking the facts, and making their own decisions by appearing on Hit and Run. All guests, panelists, and contributors acknowledge that their voice, likeness, image, name, comments, and views may be recorded, live streamed, edited, clipped, republished, and used in future episodes. Promotional content, thumbnails, shorts, reels, social media posts, and other media connected to the show. Participation also grants Hit and Run, Ronin Travelers, and Fearless Talk permission to use that recorded material without expectation of compensation, royalties, ownership claim, or additional approval unless otherwise agreed to in writing. Now that the grown-up business is handled, pull up a seat. This is Hit and Run, where the conversation moves fast, the receipts matter, and the panel says what it means. Let's get into it.
We got two esteemed guests up here on the panel, both prior military, one Army, one Marine. Hoorah! Obstacles to Opportunity, and my brother Travel Elitist. All right, brothers. Y'all have heard the sides and the arguments as far as Iran and whether they have rights or not rights and whether there are repercussions. It doesn't matter. They can do whatever the hell they want. What say y'all? Both of y'all are muted, so I don't know if y'all want to you. Yeah.
No, I was waiting for him to say something. I ain't want to be the one always talking.
I don't know who wants to go first. Y'all are too polite. Y'all both polite gentlemen. So go ahead.
Iran, man, they can do what they want. You know, it's war, so they're gonna have to deal with the consequences, obviously, right? But at the end of the day, you know, it's all out war, it's battle, and so we'll see how the cards lay out at the end of the day. When you end up seeing what happens in the future, I'm not saying the recent negotiation is actually a negotiation. Who god dang knows? But that's how war is, baby. You know. But we got far less wars now than ever before in history, so we're doing good. But you know, shout outs to the USA and the Empire. Maybe we continue to reign.
Right.
It seems that obstacles is in agreement with me.
Well, yeah, that's cool. That's why we in America, you know. Shout out to America. We can have those disagreements, you know.
Well, I said you are in agreement with me. You agree.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
We are in agreement. We agree with each other.
He did say the caveat is they can do whatever the hell they want, but they got to pay the repercussions later, whatever they may be.
Okay.
Yeah. I just keep it a two-way street. You feel me, Fearless? Like, we did what we want, right? That's why we at war with them, right?
Exactly.
So they're going to do what they're going to want to do. Like, it is their prerogative.
That's how I feel.
You know? And if they say, hey, we're going to take it to the hill where we wiped out, it is what it is. That's their choice. They free men and women. So at the end of the day, they control their own destiny.
If somebody, if you are, you know, let's just say you're a weaker man. I'm not putting you as weaker, but if a dude broke in, he got all the things, he coming at you. What would you not do for your own survival?
Do what I have to do for my own survival, you know? Survive and then ask questions later.
Exactly. So would that be physical? Would that be monetary? Whatever you had to do to get the monkey off your back, so to speak, you would do.
Yeah. I think I'd be wild to sit up here and say we could do what we do, but they can't. I mean, that's stupid. Like, that's not how life goes. There's no rules in this game. I mean, we make up rules, and then we,
Come on, Fearless, you leaving some stuff out. He's basically saying,
I'll say
no,
it. So
you leaving some stuff out.
No, I'll repeat it. So the argument that we came to was this: there are internet pipes or internet wires that they lay under the sea that go close to Iran. And one of the threats that Iran said was, if you continue to come after us, we're going to go under the sea and we're going to cut those wires. That will shut off the internet to all of India. That will shut off, you know, the internet to those other places. That's
yeah.
Number two, Rona said it's unfair that Iran would bomb Saudi Arabia or something like that. And I said, well, when you put bases there and there's allies there, if I can't reach you, and maybe I can't go after you, even in love and war, maybe somebody come after your family, they come after your cousin, they come after somebody else because they can't reach you. Iran is just saying, look, man, you put bases there. We can't get to the United States. So since you aligned with the United States, we're going to bomb them. He's saying it's wrong. I'm saying, brother, if somebody attacked me, I'm doing whatever I can in any strategic thing to stop you from attacking me. And if that is to make your allies your enemies, or at least your allies not aligned with you, I'm going to do it. If I threaten to say, man, if I cut this wire under sea, that's going to block out all of India, and that's going to cost $1 trillion to repair, million, how much ever it is. And that stops you from attacking me. I'm one. Because all I want is for you to leave me alone. That's what the conversation is.
Or at least have the executives of those big companies call you up, right? And be like, hey, hold on now. Come on, man. What's going on over there?
So I get it. My question to you is, I said that was not wrong for Iran to do everything in their power to have their own survival and to make threats however they do, if that means stop messing with me. I don't see it as wrong. I see it as that is their survival mechanism. And once somebody threatens to annihilate you or bomb you back into the Stone Age, you do everything you can not to be bombed back into the Stone Age. And one way that you can hit the United States, because they cannot fight in the United States militarily. So they're trying to go economically.
Yeah, no, I get the point. And I maybe if Ronan, you could add a little bit, because how you disagree with that part of it. But
my point of view is, he said if somebody broke into my house, right? We use that as an example. So you're going to blow up the whole fucking neighborhood because one person broke into your house. Is my rebuttal to that. So initially, when this whole thing kicked off, and you're very aware, all the Arab nations did not give the U.S. the ability to fly out of their own bases on their countries. They had to fly around their airspace in order to even get to Iran initially, because the Muslim nation wasn't down for it initially. They weren't condoning it. They couldn't stop them, but they weren't going to condone it and say, yeah, you can bomb off our bases, which means, like the U.S. usually does, they throw up a flag and say, hey, we're about to do this. Are you down? Can we use your bases or no? You get what I mean? Rather than violate some kind of treaty or agreement and get kicked out of there altogether, they let them know, hey, we're going to do these things. Right. They're still kind of asking for permission to utilize the bases that they own in their countries. The Arab nation said, no, you're going to have to do it the hard way. You need to come out of Turkey or someplace like that and make that bombing run. We're not going to let you use our bases. They're our neighbors. You know, we're closer to them than anybody else. So fine, out of respect, America did that. They used a base way in the back, and they bombed them. So now Iran, in response, because there are bases that weren't necessarily utilized by the Americans to bomb them, they start indiscriminately bombing the allies that have bases that are Arab or non-Arab, and just dropping bombs anywhere that could possibly be an American base and people that were involved in the initial bombing, which they were all told, hey, we didn't allow them to bomb out of our bases. Now, a lot of these Arab nations stepped back and said, yo, now you're going to FAFO. We told him, and we told the United States, you can't fly through our bases. You still decide to drop bombs on the bases in our countries, which is endangering our citizenry, which we knew we didn't want to get involved in the first place. Don't drag us into your fight. But Iran, again, because they can't fight straight up with us, they try to use tactics of pissing off the globe, right? In one way or another. So now they can't win that fight, so they start dropping bombs. Secondly, we're going to close that Strait of Hormuz and harass everybody because we still can't get our way and we're getting our asses whooped. Now we're going to not only do that, we're going to ransom every tanker in and out of the fucking Gulf, and you're not supposed to be able to get pissed off at us because all we're doing is fighting back with every last. So you're fighting back and trying to get rich all at the same time and control the global economy and this and that. And it's all acceptable because you got a black eye from a bombing run.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? You're dragging the whole globe. And that's why a lot of the American government, or the not even Americans, that's why the globe is so focused on Iran, because their level of emotional control is to reach out and snatch anybody they can grab instead of get the person that actually caused the problem.
No, I hear what you're saying. And unfortunately again, I don't think in the terms of good or right. I just think they're doing what they're doing to survive. And then, yes, it might not be a good strategy to survive if it doesn't pan out for them. I'll give you an example. Here in Thailand, when the first bombing started happening, and basically America to Iran, all the Thai people were like, man, why they do that? Why America do that? That's not cool. Why they doing that? Then when they closed the Strait, and then gasoline became expensive in Thailand, Thai people switched and said, well, that's why you getting bombed. I hope America bomb you even more. So Iran kind of messed up, right? Like, people care about themselves. You know, they're conflicted with interest. And so UAE, they sat on the sideline. Once they had bombings in their country, which is mostly extremely safe in the world, now they're going to choose a side. Might go with Iran or might go with America and say, hey, we got to get these guys out. And so I think we'll see how it plays out. I don't think it was the
Right.
strategies for them, but I'm happy that they did it because I'm from America.
No,
And
I know
so
you're outside, but
don't-
you keep cutting in and out, but we can hear you, but you're cutting in and out. And I know
Yeah, my
it's
bad.
because
I'm in the Maldives, so the internet ain't all that great.
I see the environment, bro. I definitely see the background.
me?
I ain't hating.
You feel
Yeah.
me? So
Yeah.
I'll stop it right there since the internet's in and out.
Okay, go ahead, Travel Elitist. I know you've heard the first level of content. Welcome to the panel. And then also let's get your 2 cents on the Iran's liberty to just go at anybody just because they're getting their ass as well.
No, it's not that. I think what you guys are missing is the piece is that it's Israel and Israel's desire for the greater Israel project. And that's
Right.
where this whole thing it's about, because you have to go back to Midnight Hammer when they had that 12-day spill out. It was initially Israel just doing this. Israel boom boom Iran first. Iran didn't do anything.
Wait, hold up. Wait, can you repeat that?
Midnight Hammer?
Oh, because Ronan, you said that they couldn't do it. I'm just okay. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Repeat.
well, you both keep missing that piece of Israel. Israel ties foot in everything, in our foreign policies and everything. They dictate even our elections, and that's where the problem comes in. They're the problem child for this whole thing. We wouldn't be even bothering Iran in any way, shape, or form,
right,
if Israel wasn't involved in our politics or anybody else's politics, because they're sticking their nose in where it doesn't belong, because they want to be greedy and they want to be a superpower. That's the problem.
No, but is that Israel's problem or is that United States problem? Meaning, and I say it this way: if I'm a country and I can pay you to do my bidding, am I wrong for that? It's you that follows it. It's not me. You're the person.
Well,
who follows
unfortunately, we do have weak leaders and stuff that goes by it, but it's still the fact of the matter is this is a type of subversion of, I guess we can say, we being invaded and stuff, and we need to do something about it, and we ain't doing something about it because who's also part of that? It's not such much as the country; it's also the Jewish billionaires that are in our country that's also dictating this as well. Because
The whole reason you got this infographic that's up right now.
exactly, they're on both sides of the house, and we can't do anything about it because our leaders are corrupt, and that's the problem. And you can say, yeah, we allow it to corrupt, but when you use money and power, it'll corrupt anybody. It'll corrupt just about anybody. And we need to do something about it. Whether it can be say it's our fault or not. And it's just not the United States, because when you said earlier, Fearless, just the United States is no one trusts us. You can go back to days when Ireland and England was going at it. No, you think they trust each other? No. We can go back to China and Taiwan. Do they trust each other? No. Everybody and anybody have reasons not to trust each other. Ukraine and Russia, same thing. Nobody trusts each other.
I agree wholeheartedly.
That's on a global scale. It's not just the United States. It could be anybody and everybody. Okay? It's just we have a problem right now dealing with Iran. Iran didn't do a spit to us. Okay? It was Trump. You have to look at it, not the United States, but this administration. This administration screwed this up because he tore up that agreement because he thought I can do a better agreement. Okay. There was no intelligence that said they were making any nuclear weapons. The intelligence and even from the IAEA, they were being monitored. They were just enriching uranium to 60%. Enriching uranium is not illegal.
And brother, I'm not interrupting you to say you're wrong. I interrupting to say everything you said was right. And that's exactly what I tried to explain to Ronan. That the agreement that we had already stopped them from making a nuclear weapon. We were wrong where we cut everything up and we said, you know what, we cut it all up because we think we can do better. Or I don't know what we think we can do.
No, it's Trump and his egotistical self. That's what it is.
Yeah, it became Obama made this. Obama did this agreement, and I'm going to cut it up because I can make something better. The same that he tried to do with Obamacare. I'm gonna cut it up and I'm gonna do something better, and we never get the better.
Everybody do that though. I feel like I'll be the only one real out here in these streets. Everybody else, y'all be picking sides. Y'all just basically trying. Like, okay, Obama did his thing, Trump did his thing. They always do that. Stop acting like special Trump. Y'all be wilding. Y'all really believe that? Cool. Live a miserable life and believe that. But for me, it's just like people are gonna do what they're gonna do. Each side had their way. If you think you can do better, stop yapping on the internet. Go run for president. Go stop the ops. Israel's supposed to be taking over America. Go do something there. You know what I'm saying? Go help us out. I don't think it's a big issue. Every country is compromised by another country, and of course we're trying to get leverage. But okay. Go fight it. Go do your thing, man. I wish you the best. But
the problem is, you say go do better. The issue is before you rip up one plan, have another plan in place. Don't just rip something up and have no background to go through. Have something that you can back up. And when you say go run or fight for president, what happens is that's being cynical, because what you've done by your actions have put other people in danger, and you put other lives on the line just off of your ego.
Okay, you just made that story up though. You have zero evidence to support you made this decision based off of ego. Like, come on, man. Are we gonna be men? Go convict them. Then.
So what did he rip it up for? What was the reason? If they were following the rules, if we had checks in place, we had all of these checks for everything in place. No, matter of fact,
you got it.
Let's just do Trump's words. I don't want to be mine.
Let's do it.
Let's look up. Also, let's look up why he tore it up. So that's what I'll find.
All right, cool. But okay, you disagree. Like, leave me out. Like, I mean, like, and people agree with Obama. And I'm not here to cape for Obama. I'm just saying, all y'all just go between sides. Man, Obama had the strategy. No, Trump had the strategy. You sound like man.
But it wasn't. No. Let me take that back. It wasn't Obama that had.
And y'all all say something.
It was 7 other countries that agreed to it. It wasn't just Obama. It was 7 other countries that agreed to it. It wasn't Obama.
And I just told you there was one country that doesn't even matter that did not agree, and they were going to drop bombs anyway. So we had to preempt that. Can you two gentlemen explain to him why it's different if America drops a bomb versus Israel and the Middle East drops a bomb on that same country? Can y'all try to make him understand what the difference is there?
Yeah, I get what you were saying. Yeah, of course, right. Israel drops it. One, they're in the country and the region. One, they're not us too. So at the end of the day, it'll be very different. And then, of course, like you were trying to say, is make it out to be a religious war versus just like what a power war is, right? Coming from us, especially. That's why it's so diversified. It's not like a Christian nation attack. It'd just be big, powerful, bad America versus Israel going to a whole different nuance. So I see that, but I get what Fearless was trying to say. Hey, bro, it don't matter who. After I get slapped, who did it, why they did it, who hit me first, y'all jump me.
I'm coming for everybody. Yeah.
Day, so y'all jump me.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with what you just said. It's this one's going to be based on religion. If Israel drops, it's based on religion, where ours is more,
political American or politics or money or
political, or we got attacked or something. We respond.
Even though, like I've always claimed, that was a target of opportunity for us. We don't really care. We don't need anything from Iran. That was more just a preemptive thing to prevent Israel from being the one that's full blunt in the crosshairs. But Fearless, go ahead. You were muted earlier when they stepped in.
He said, why did we tear it up? I'm looking here. I can bring it on. Trump said, I am tearing up the agreement because I want to halt Iran's nuclear ambitions. That's what he said. So he wants to halt them. Yet the assessment that is done every year, the 2025 U.S. annual threat assessment that was done, stated The U.S. Intelligence Committee continued to assess that Iran was not currently building a nuclear weapon, and that Iran's supreme leader had not authorized the nuclear weapons program that was suspended in 2003. That isn't Trump. That is 26 people in the 26 government agencies that come every year. You know it. So maybe you know it better than me.
Nobody was arguing that point.
Because Obstacles knows this probably better than me. It isn't just a book that they make up that says, oh, this is what. Can you explain what the U.S. annual threat assessment is? And if they come up with something that says Iran isn't doing it, that means—
I just told you that the same thing that Travel Elitist just said and alluded to, that we were missing that one key point, and I just said they preempted the drop, but he said it better. That's we understand that Iran was not a threat, a direct threat to us. It was the Israeli idea of what they want to claim all their old land.
I understand. What I'm doing is I'm addressing Obstacles, because Obstacle says we don't know why we didn't tear it up, and it was because of his ego. And I'm stating exactly what Trump said why he tore it up. Trump said, I want to halt Iran's nuclear ambition.
And who do you think fed that? Who do you think fed that to Trump as an excuse?
I don't care who said it to Trump. I'm only saying what he stated.
Because our own people said there was no threat assessment when it came to that.
So here's the thing. If Trump says he wants to stop it, and all the government says there isn't one, what reason did he do it besides ego?
Israel.
All of his people.
Israel is the reason why.
But if I'm addressing Obstacles, I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect.
Look, Fearless, you're shooting your argument in the foot, bro. You literally just read it, and you could have said, because you don't have to the ego, because there's no proof of that. The better proof that you have is the 26 or whatever the agencies were that came together and said, hey, look, they were making advances to nuclear programs. And then you got Trump's word, which he said, I wanted to stop it. So you could just say that was a dumb choice based off of they weren't going anywhere with current policy, and you destroying them. So just made it.
The reason I'm not destroying the argument is
that was the perk argument. Hold on, the moment you say
so say this is my
ego,
well, this is my opinion.
Because his emotions.
I'll say this is my opinion.
But what you did is you read off facts and then mixed them with
I'll say my opinion. But my opinion is based on this: the fact that when Trump came into office, he looked at everything that was done by Obama and tried to reverse it, whether it was good or bad. He wanted to reverse it. So why would you reverse everything done by another president if it's not based on something inside of you? I don't want Obamacare. Well, why not? Well, you got a plan? No, not really. I don't want the nuclear agreement. Okay, do you have a plan? There's something better? No, not really. So maybe it's not his, maybe it's not ego, but I know from his actions that everything he did was to reverse what someone else did without having a plan to go forward. It can be ego.
Okay,
it can
that's
be
a better argument
for my presidency, whatever it is. He still did something and never had a plan to go forward when we already had an agreement.
Argument.
And what we're going to end up agreeing to is the same thing that Obama had anyway. We're going to end up in the same place we started, and it cost us billions of dollars just to get there.
The people voted for him. They allowed them. Yeah. So what? That's their choice. It ain't your choice. You ain't a dictator. So he had those same policies. He had no policies, the lack of policies, and he wanted to do away with it. That's what he campaigned to go to for him and destroy it.
See, the biggest thing, y'all, and not y'all, the biggest thing that's being missed here is Trump can't do anything without the agreement of his House and his Senate. They're allowing him to do it as well. They could have stopped him a long time ago. He has free range to do whatever the hell he wants because there are no checks and balances currently going on in the government.
No, it's their ego too. It's their ego too, running. That's why.
And they're bought by
it also has to do with the commonality of the contributions to their election, campaigns coming from the same source. Y'all need to get in line or fall out. You get what I mean?
That's true. I don't go, but let's say it is. Let's just say it. I still blame it on American people. Get your bum ass up and start paying for the politicians. You think you paying the taxes is good enough? It's not. Let me wake you up. That always happened throughout all nations. Remember you watched the movie Spartacus? Wasn't it the Ottoman Empire that was paying off their oracles?
Yep.
Wasn't they paying off their
without going into the history of the Khazarians in Israel as a whole, the Kazakh Jews were being kicked out of every nation because they were just really good at loaning money, and then they had it to a point where the ruling faction, whether it be a king or a president, get pissed off because they had more control on their government than they did. So they wind up kicking them out of those nations, one after another after another. They did this.
I'm just saying, put up the money and shut up. You got to pay for your politicians just like anybody else. Surprise, surprise. You know what I'm saying?
Surprise,
Y'all wanna be
surprise.
like, I was just born in America. I came out of American coochie, so therefore leaders got to always protect me. Y'all sound like immature grown-ups. That's not how the world works. Nowhere does it work like that. You got to go out there and compete. And that's a small group anyways. You guys are way more than that. So y'all
What are we
put together your money.
What are we competing with? Because when I read the Constitution, it wasn't like that. The Constitution was not set up for who has the most money makes the most rules. The Constitution, that's why we left Britain. The Constitution was supposed to be set up where it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, we only get one vote. And my vote matters as much, if I'm poor, matters as much as a rich person. And that's why I have a vote. And by voting, I should be able to do it. It was supposed to take money out of it. That's why we left Britain and all of that. It wasn't supposed to be who's the richest person makes the rules. I know that's how it is now, but that's not how it was set up to be.
Guess what? The world was supposed to be Garden of Eden. Other things happened. I'm not talking about what's supposed to. I'm talking about how it was executed and how it always operated. It always operated under that. I don't care if you're in America, the next country. Every country tells itself a story. Oh, yeah, we're just. I'm not saying they're unjust. I'm just saying this is reality. Y'all gotta do. I swear we be having immature conversations about like what woulda, coulda, shoulda, and what we interpret about the world instead of how it really plays out in front of us. How does it play out in front of us? And historically, how does it play? So you mean money has never been an advantage for an individual to have political power? Show me one nation that was like that, where you had money and it never mattered inside a political construct.
The whole reason why it is. It's called oligarchies. They were running the shit.
That's been life. Now it's way less because, I had all the money. I could just delete you if I wanted to. So it's not as bad as it used to be. So, hey, the upside, you free. But I'm saying, like,
how are we really free? And we're not really free. How are you free?
Okay,
if you're controlled by the money people.
It's the same as slavery. You're right.
Here's the problem. Listen. Let me say this.
If the people who still
let me say this. Kennedy was the last president that acknowledged that there is a fucking issue and kicked them out of the situation, and then they doubled back in, and the politicians allowed that money to come in. Now it's up to the American people to start holding politicians like that accountable. And now they're saying, hey, if you're part of AIPAC, we're not voting for you. Get the fuck out of that shit and run on a legitimate campaign without being outside influenced by a country, because it's not really individuals for the best of people in America. This is on a global scale. AIPAC is all over the Europe too. It's not just America. They're controlling a lot.
Compete. That's what I'll tell them. I ain't even say kick them out. Like, y'all just gotta compete. You can try to do whatever. But also too, what happened to that guy? He got skitty pop, didn't he? And then what did people do nothing about it? They went to watch movies. They went to go masturbate. They got high. They did drugs.
So that's because they all wanted it. He had pissed off a lot of people. He had pissed off the mob. He pissed off the Jews. He pissed off a lot of people.
Trying to save people, but what I'm saying is what the people did.
You see what happened? They let it go on by his way. They didn't fight for what his initial ideas were.
Nope.
And it is the status quo. They went ahead of what the status quo. So does it matter? What did they say? The nail that sticks up gets the hammer. So the minute you stick up, that's all it did was teach politicians and everybody else. The minute you stick up to try to make a difference, you're gonna get the hammer. You're gonna get the hammer. So why would you stick your head up like a fucking idiot?
Nope. I'm gonna get mine. Because everybody who decided to stand up got skitty pop pop, and what y'all do?
Yep.
Y'all did nothing. That's why I say it's always leadership and fellowship. It's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street. We only mad out to be a one-way street. What the leader did wrong. What about the people? They didn't show up. They didn't support.
Yeah.
Look at Martin Luther King. Did they take care of his family? No, they didn't.
Nope.
Did they take care of Malcolm X's family? No, they didn't. Did they take care of Fred Hampton's family? No, they didn't. But those people lost their life and everything they had fighting for the people. It's a two-way street. So unless you're not going to be in the game and really be behind your leaders, then yeah.
I mean, I don't know what world leader can has the right to walk up into our country, go into our House and our Senate and have a private closed door fucking meeting with everybody in the goddamn office. Talking about here's the order of what we need to do. Like he's running shit. He's the president. Nobody has that right. But one that did it. So now you got to start questioning your leadership and why they had the ability to go in and do that shit. Or he had the ability to do that. And no one politician stood up and said, get the fuck up out of here. You don't belong here. Not one.
And we still put these people in power, despite, they get.
So now you got to ask yourself, why are you doing that? Who are you voting for? You got to question everything. If you want to make a change, that's what you got to start with. Every politician that let that motherfucker in that room should have been fired, never reelected. Somebody say you stole the election fair and square. By the way, let me read the one super chat that came in, and I appreciate him because he hasn't been in our room in a while. He's been studying, he's been dedicating himself, and kudos to him. Just John, appreciate the $5 super. He said, yo, Ronan, fearless. It's been a minute, brothers. I took a break from social media for a semester to focus on my self-improvement. Hope y'all have been blessed. I appreciate you, Just John. That's a great thing to focus on, is yourself, self-improvement, your health, all those things. We definitely, our room and our mentality, all men here, we definitely condone you getting ahead in life and starting to focus on yourself. And by the way, I got little super chat videos. I'm not doing the little girl thing, but hey, I'm going to do this. And yeah,
Support
I'm a little
just came
buffer
through.
than I'm supposed to.
Salute to the chat. We appreciate that. Yeah, the room just lit up.
Get my little anime on,
Brother looks swole up in there, brother. You looking?
Hey, I can dream, right? I can dream, get back where I used to be. I'm allowed. It's anime.
Ain't nothing wrong. America does it all the time.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and cut corners. And
so my thing is this: I understand how the world is, and either I can accept how the world is, or I can say, you know what, there needs to be changes to the world. I'm just not a person that says this is how it is. That's it. I think that if you accept how it is, then we should have always accepted how it is. At one time we were slaves, at one time we didn't have rights. If people just said, I accept how it is and I'm in it for me, we would never be where we're at. Yes, there are people who make sacrifices for us all. If we only looking out for ourselves, we never get nowhere. If in a neighborhood, if I only look out for me, if I have a friend group that I only look out for me, that's not really good friends. That's not really a good neighborhood. That's not really a good society. It's not good.
That's a good person.
It's not a good world. So sometimes what makes us good is looking out for the other person. Because sometimes those things come back to haunt us.
Looking out for the other person to get your ass killed, bro.
And then wait, hold on. That's cap anyways, man. Like, man, ain't nobody out here violating, committing crimes. Like, we always go do something, man. Like, go do something. Like, we always gotta hear this grandstand, man. I'm in here for the neighborhood. Man, ain't nobody building a house.
Brother, hold up. If you don't think like that, then nobody. You on an island of your own. I'll give you an example.
I'm blaming the Jews and crying about every other little small group. I'm out here executing in the streets, and it's so are other people. It's not just me. What I'm just saying is people who sit around and be like, yeah, this is the problem with America. No, the problem is America is with you. You ain't doing that. You're doing more yapping than action. And if you're doing action, then be about your action and let that speak. But there's always
what you said was you're about you.
Trying to
and of course you want to be about you.
Complaining about what it is. I'm out here executing. That's life. It always.
I hope y'all are talking in generalities because that's what we should be talking in. Ain't nobody on the panel. But I don't want anybody taking it as, oh, this is a personal attack. You know, ain't no kick dogs on this fucking panel. Everybody's doing their thing. You know, so in general,
I'm
what
just
we're
talking
talking
about in general.
Yeah, in masses, the
And I'm
people.
saying in general, we have to help each other out. For instance,
That's what we're doing. That's what do you mean? We raise millions of dollars. We're one of the most contributive societies, the nations in the planet. So people out here yelling on somebody's not hoping no. What are you talking about? We give away millions, billions, trillions out of our hearts and generosity on TikTok, on Instagram, on Facebook, and organizations. America is the most contributive nation in the entire planet. So present it to them, like, what are we talking about? That's why reality of what y'all woulda, coulda, shoulda, dreamed about is the difference. Just because somebody said it's the way it is.
I see where he's going with this, and here's the biggest thing. And I do say kudos to Donald Trump. Charity in America, when it comes on a global scale, should be done and over with at this point. We done helping everybody else if we ain't helping ourselves. You know, and why shouldn't we get a little taste? Everybody else does. You know, they'll go out and exploit something and take advantage of it, and all of a sudden we got to look like the global good guys. Fuck all that. If we got to turn up and get a couple things for ourselves and look like the bad guy for once, guess what? We're fucking entitled. Half of the colonizers are sitting back there scheming to put a knife in our backs, even though they're the ones relying on us and utilizing us every fucking time there's something global going on. Yeah, they can protect themselves, right? They're supposed to, but yet and still you got Americans sitting there doing it. You got our sons and daughters out there doing it. And they're playing off of that. We're going to do it, so why should we need to do it? That's why on the global scale, they're able to contribute to their medical services and all the things for their civilians and their citizenry, because they're taking it on the chin that America is going to jump in and help like the good guys we are. So I applaud Donald Trump for holding people accountable and contributing their fair share on a global scale. When it comes to NATO, we spend, I think, 100 times more than the closest next person on the fucking list when it comes to NATO. Now they need to step up and spend more. You know, or we're going to bow out of that. We are tired of being just the good guys, and everybody else gets to leverage whatever. I mean, France has been taking advantage of Africa for years. They haven't even paid their fair share back to the Africans they're taken from. That's why they got kicked out of the African Union not more than 6 months to a year ago. They literally got kicked out of the African Union because they owe trillions of dollars to those nations for all the stuff they leveraged and took from them. Now we paid France, or I'm sorry, you had Haiti that paid France back. You had all these other nations that had to pay France back because they lost command of their slaves, and all of a sudden they were out. Their businessmen were out, and so they got reparations paid back to them in order for people to be considered free. But yet and still, they'll steal from another person and never pay them back. But we always are the good guys. And especially in our community, for some reason, we come out looking like saps on a global scale when it comes to black men. We so nice. We just gonna do anything, and we one of the strongest cultures there is. White men can't stand us. We naturally are stronger. Period.
No, Ronnie, you ain't even gotta go to the white man. That's what I said. You black man.
I'm just on a global scale. Period. I'm just saying on a global scale. I'm just saying. I'm just saying the generality. Don't get that kick dog holler for the white man. It's okay. I'm not just saying.
No. I was about
to
build on what you said, because I wasn't about to talk to them much anyway.
Yeah.
I was just saying, like, man, go to the Middle East. They don't care about no. And here we go, capping Palestine for anybody, for this person, that person.
What did I don't know if he dropped it, but
no,
it wasn't just you. It was it was I didn't see the back chat. Sorry.
I'm gonna be taking off in about 3 minutes.
It's all good.
I got a
Again, in my chat, I have the link pinned to the top of the chat or bottom, wherever it is now, because they do so many modifications to this shit. But I do have the link pinned if you guys want to come up and comment on what's going on in Iran politically, and whether we're doing the right things in Iran's position, and whether you think they're doing the right thing on their end, protecting their people or not. Go ahead, Obstacle. Sorry, they got you for a second. I don't know if you're sitting there eating because I know you're sitting at the table, get ready to get served up something good.
No. We already had breakfast. I'm just chilling.
Oh, okay.
With you, brother. Enjoying the wave. You get me?
All right. Now you said we. You took sand to the beach, brother. Wait. Did you take sand to the beach? It's okay if you did. I take sand to the beach. I ain't ashamed of taking sand to the beach. You get what I'm saying?
It's an island, so you be good. You gotta take sand to the island.
Yeah. Exactly. So, yeah, man, this is a wild time and on the globe, man. I think some major things are going to change. Technology has definitely brought a lot of things to light. Hopefully, we'll see. I would say the second term, the midterms here, in America. I'm not in America. The midterms in America are going to open up a lot of eyes to whatever the government is going to change to. If people really take note of what's going on and acknowledge it, I know different sides from the right to the left are like kind of pissed off right now at our involvement with this one situation. But all this situation did was magnify all the other things that were going on. So now it's going to be a real choice, a conscious choice when it comes to the American people on how they vote and whether they're going to continue to let this go down the road the way it is, or they're going to affect some changes.
The problem is we just keep swinging and we just keep swinging. We go from one stream left.
That's all you can do, man. You can't give up. You got to keep swinging.
No, I mean, but I'm saying it swing from extreme left, then extreme right. We never find a middle ground where we put the best interest of the United States first.
Well, the only way you're going to do that is my idea. Nobody seems to want to get them. And this would be the perfect time to blow that up. To blow that up would be to have a third party.
I have no problem with
because
it.
Then it's a switch off, because then they could be the linchpin on any one situation on a deciding factor. If you had a majority middle party, maybe they're not the majority, but they're a minority between the two that they have to shift one way or another in order to make an overall decision, then it has to be a well-decided fucking issue, because now one or the other, the right or the left, doesn't control it. There's a middle ground that everybody has to appease to. So I really think if we had a third party, this whole thing could get fixed. Until we get that, there's too many ways of swinging it one way or another. Majorities and everything else, the way the system is set up.
And I'm gonna say you're incorrect, and I can't find it because I can't remember his name. What was the governor? He used to be the wrestler from Minnesota.
Oh, you're talking about Vince.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about. God damn it! He was a Navy SEAL.
Yeah, what was his name?
Not McMahon. That's the owner of.
Anybody in the chat remember his name? And let me see. I'm gonna look.
Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, hold up.
Jesse Ventura.
1 second.
Yeah, I got you by half a second, Bobby Coltrane. But yeah, salute to you, brother. But yeah, Jesse Ventura. It was he's not only was the governor, but he's also a something theorist.
And I would agree with you. I was trying to find out what he said. Man, this is too long. I can't get one.
But the whole thing is, like I said, you got governments like Britain. They have more than one party. You know, a left and a right. There's got to be a middle ground, man. And this would be a good time to gain ground on that. Not necessarily that it could get established. I mean, what's the one older guy that's in politics right now that's run a couple times for president or really old guy, white hair, Ben something? I don't know if it's Ben or something.
He's Jewish too.
Yeah, he's Jewish. He went independent. He went independent for that fact.
But the problem is,
I switched to independent because of Ross Perot. I think if he had wound up winning and Daddy Bush had stepped out of the way a little bit, I think we'd be on a whole nother path right now by now.
The problem with
Bernie Sanders, thank you.
The problem with
I appreciate y'all keeping me alive in this because my brain does not work sometimes.
The problem is Jesse Ventura said this. He said with the third party, he said he couldn't get nothing done. He said because you would think that there would be a middle ground where he was like, you know, that he could run things.
You need enough people involved in the third party, though. That doesn't matter if it's one or two. That's not enough.
I don't know if this explains it, so I'll bear with it, and I'm going to probably depart after this.
Right. But what I'm saying is you need a large amount of people wanting to do that. It can't be a little bit. You can't trickle in. It's got to be a massive shift.
He won, but he just said, let me see if
he didn't have enough people in his party to shift it either way. It didn't matter whether you had one or two. You need 30 to 40 that's going to.
It wasn't a party. He won. And listen to
what he won on popularity, though.
Yeah,
I know who he is.
It sounded like Jesse said it is what it is.
Yeah, he's listen to him. Here's what
you know how much money I was making? The governor got paid $120,000 a year. Now they're going to take taxes out.
Right.
I also get deducted mileage for the official governor's car unless during the workday. So to and from the Capitol, I have to pay for it till I get to the Capitol. So I went to them and said, well, okay, I'll drive my private car to the Capitol and then I'll get in the governor's car and I won't get docked money. You can't do that. Why? Well, that's the car with all the protection and the radios and all this. So they make you ride in the car and then charge you for it. The governor's residence, every meal.
That's not it. What he was saying was, as a third party, it was difficult for him to implement the rules because he couldn't get the Democrats on the side. He couldn't get the Republicans.
Correct.
He said it was just the third party. You would think would bring both sides together, and he said actually, he was just outlet.
Here's the thing about a third party. You need the numbers when you first jump in. Don't do it if you by yourself. You're an island unto yourself. It has to be a large enough shift of people wanting to be in that middle to affect a change on either side. You can't be one or twosies. It's got to be a large amount that actually has a controlling vote that matters.
Correct. I'm going to jump off here. I'm going to let obstacles roll with you. I'm just going to say I think Jerry in the comment has it very correct. And I'll just bring that up where he says the problem with African Americans, they don't know how to vote. They think that you should just be voting for president of the governor. And I agree. There's a lot of people who get in, especially here in Dallas.
Is how you start.
They started voting for mayors, city council,
mayors. Yeah, all that is where it counts.
Yep.
Ground floor.
You get everybody
the city government, then you can move up to the state government, and then you might be able to go federal. But you got to control the cities first. You got to control that idea.
Decisions. You're right. The people who really make your decisions locally on your laws is your local government, your local schools. They determine stuff, and we don't.
I mean, look at the Somalis in Minnesota. They took that over. Look at the Ashkenazi Jews in Jersey. They took that over.
Exactly.
And when you do that, you can affect change for your community. That's better for you.
Exactly.
If you don't do that first, you can't even look on the. We try to jump instead of crawl before you walk. We try to leap to fucking running sprints at sub 10 fucking second 100-meter fucking dashes. We can't do that. You got to start off small, and you got to be able to learn the system, walk through the system, start on city government level, and work your way through, and demonstrate it can work on that level. Then it can get to a point where it can go governorships and controlling it that way. But if it doesn't work on the city government level and you haven't gotten control of that, you can never get it too big to where you can actually make it effective on a federal level.
Exactly. And with that said, I'm out, brother. If I gotta get some packing done. I hate.
I saw your little videos on your reel, man. You and your daughter driving down the road, man. That's cute. And she's fearless, literally like you, man. I see her with the little animals. She ain't scared and crying. She trying to feed the animals just like you on your lap. She had no fear with them animals licking on her hands or nothing.
She was like,
most people like, get it off of me, it's messy. No, not your daughter.
She was trying to jump on the animal. She was like, shoot, that's a bull. Let me ride him. I got something for him. Got mad when I was like, no, we gotta go. So yeah, she was rolling. Yeah, fellas, I appreciate it, man. Your meal looked good. I wish I could have some, but in about 2 days, I will be enjoying that island life myself. So
where you going?
I got to go to DR for like 3 weeks. We island hopping. We're going to DR. We're going, the wife's family there. So we're going there. We're going to PR and then heading to Cancun on the way back. So
PR is that's where I cut my teeth is PR.
So a little traveling to do. I'm trying to go to a few cigar factories and some places. Trying to release some turtles and some other places and little stuff like that.
Man, go ahead and enjoy it.
Then we got a long trip planned overseas, so we'll do that in July. So, there's no rest for the word.
Well, those are enjoyable trips, man. You can't say yeah, that's where you blow off that PTO time. Ain't like you can get credit for them no more.
I didn't do any last year, which is crazy, man. Bad.
Yeah, people like you usually don't.
Yeah, man, they get mad where I work at, man. They get mad if you don't. They believe in work-life balance. So I think when I went to Thailand, I just had to. They made me. Not they didn't make me go to Thailand, but I took off the last.
They turned off your laptop or something, didn't they? You had no access. They turned off your access and shit and everything. Like, yeah, you gonna have a vacation whether you like it or not.
Yeah, they shut it off. And when I went to Thailand, I was over there. I was over there 2 months. I was over there from a couple weeks before Thanksgiving to almost the New Year. Because they're like, "Nah, brother, you got to go. We need you bright and early." So they make you do it. So this time I'm trying to make sure I don't burn out.
Enjoy. Yeah.
All right, fellas, man, y'all be good. Keep running company, man. Let me bring somebody else on. I want to hear something. I'll be playing in the background.
Get your closing remarks in, brother. Before you go, got to get your closing remarks in. You got to say something for the people.
I don't know, man. In the words of the song "War," what's it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again.
I like that.
All right, brothers. I'm out.
All right, bro. All right, Obstacles. This is me and you, brother. Let the hounds roll. So, truthfully, I don't really feel the effects of what's going on here from Iran. Now, the people do a little bit because of the gas prices. And I just got my electric bill this month. And brother, they put an extra, I want to say they put an extra 5,000 pesos on that bitch. You know what I mean? I don't know what happened to Obstacles, but I see Darnell in the background. But yeah, they put an extra 5,000 pesos on my bill. So I was like, damn, is that how they doing these people? So here's the thing. I just went over my budget a couple weeks ago. The average income for a Filipino is anywhere from 18,000 pesos to 28,000, depending if you're in Metro Manila or somewhere in a province. So I got a bill for 20K. That's more than some Filipinos make in a month. And that's how much my electric bill was. So, and believe me, my lady was just saying not only her parents, but other people in this town are bitching about how much that increase was, that they're trying to push it down to everybody else when it comes to power. But yeah, I just got my first 20K electric bill, which is not much to us. It's kind of along the lines of normal, but to them, that's a whole month's salary.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, 20. You said
20,000 pesos. Yeah. I normally average about anywhere from 15 to 17,000 pesos for my electricity, but now it's 20.5, like 20,000 and a half. But that's, like I said, 18 to 25, 28K a month is an average Filipino's pay. And here that is one bill.
So that's what that's about a 20% increase.
Yeah. So I'm sure that's because of the whole oil embargo or the thing going on. But like I said, they picked up almost 2 million and something barrels from Russia. And then they also just struck another major oil rig offshore. So that's going to be producing oil. I don't know at what rate. And then they actually had an agreement with Iran, which they normally get their oil from. But even with the with the ship interdictions in the Gulf, usually that's all the ship everybody thinks, oh well, they got a blockade. No, the blockade don't work like that. We don't just stop products from leaving the Gulf. What we do is search them. We search the ships and make sure they're not exporting or importing any kind of weaponry or missiles that have to be put together that are going to be used against us. That's all they're doing. They're not going to stop everything from going in and out. What stopped everything from going in and out are the minefields and the unsure ability to track them, because a lot of them broke loose of their chain or their moorings from underneath the water. So now they're floating around, so nobody knows where they're at. So it takes the American military to figure out where those mines are and blow them up, so it can open up straits.
Does the U.S. Navy, do they have minesweeper ships that are minesweepers?
They do, and they also have planes, and that's why I say it's going to take them to track them down, because even the ships, the little Iranian fast boats that they had to put them out there, like I said, a lot of the chains must have been old or rusted or whatever, and the minefield that they had set up, the chains broke loose, so those mines are floating around where they shouldn't be. So now where they knew the mines were, they don't. And that's why the insurance companies are leery about backing the oil tankers going through, because they don't want to have to pay out. No insurance company wants to pay out on a policy. So that's the other issue. It's not necessarily it's unsafe. It's insurance companies don't like taking on risk, even though they're making you pay for it. They don't want to pay a policy. I came from the insurance industry. Trust me.
Yeah.
They don't want to pay you. They want all the advantages of you paying them a premium. And by the time they ever have to pay you, they've taken in so much in premium globally, it's no big deal to pay you out a little bit.
No, you absolutely right. The bit of good news, and this came from CNBC.com, but it says Trump says Iran deal reopening Strait of Hormuz largely negotiated, will be announced soon.
Yeah,
I know they've been saying, Trump's been.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
I need you to acknowledge that. They've been saying it for a while.
Yeah, but why I feel this might be a little different. Even Iran has, I am monitoring the situation. Even Iran has said there's been a little bit of progress.
No, there's been a great bit of progress, and it ain't because of us. It's because of China. You know, Donald Trump just shook hands with Xi Jinping, right?
Yes. Yeah.
They were just there. Right. Now, China was doing what? Offsetting or war by proxy, helping out who? Iran.
Iran.
Who was feeding China oil? Iran. So Iran thought, you have a friend in me with China. They forgot about business. They thought, oh, well, we got China through the nose. They need our oil. They're supplying us with not only global locations for, different military assets, but, they're going to be there, and we're promoting them by saying you got to pay the ransom in Chinese yuan and all these things. We see that that environment you got over there in the Maldives. Keep on showing that environment. But they're showing up. They're thinking that Iran is thinking, oh, yeah, we got China, man. We got China to back us up. There's no way. And then Russia comes in and says, hey, we'll give you some of our information and some of this, that, and the other thing. So they're thinking they got two buddies, two friends indeed, until the handshaking starts happening. Even the Chinese people were like against the American government and the American people. Right after that handshake, the whole nature of everything shifted. The Chinese people are like, yo, you need to give up the ghost and just give up, blah, 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 blah. Now they're talking down to Iran. Xi Jinping is like, nah, we can't help you anymore. We got this deal going on. And before he flew back, guess who we went to go see too? Didn't he go see Putin? Yeah. Wasn't there something done with Putin too? So the two allies Iran has this mysteriously all of a sudden starts to pull back and say, nah, we like America better than we like you. They got more to offer. That's why I say it's more about business ever than it is about loyalty or even, we have common goals and common things involved. Nah, it's about that dollar bill.
Well, let me ask you this. Why is it that China just never built a pipeline with Russia? Because they border Russia, and Russia is a large oil producer. And matter of fact, Russia's suffering under sanctions. So
yeah, and the big thing is China has oil refineries as well.
They do, but they consume so much oil. No, I'm aware of it, but they consume.
Yeah.
I believe it's they consume more than what they actually produce.
Yeah, that's why they shipped it in, and that's why Venezuela hurt them so much, is because that was their other source. Besides for Iran, they were getting a lot of oil from Venezuela. We cut off Venezuela first, and now we just cut off who? Iran.
Iran. Yeah.
Now they're fucking hurting.
But the thing is, why not? If they had a pipeline with Russia, because remember, Russia's been under sanctions since what, 2014, 2015. You know, they've been under sanctions for over a decade. I'm willing to bet Russia would cut a deal. Hey man, I'll sell you oil at a 20% discount because I need money, especially now they're fighting a war in Ukraine. They need money. You know. So I'm just kind of curious why China isn't, getting more oil from Russia right now.
Hold on one second. I got something I wanted to play, and it came to mind when you were talking, so I'm just kind of looking for it. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got.
I know you over there walking the earth over there, obstacles. Let's see some of that environment, bro.
Is he on mute? I think he's on mute. I think we lost him. Yeah, but let's see. But yeah, I mean, I'm look. I got a map pulled up. I got a map pulled up. Let's see. Let me use Google AI here to do some borders. Russia-China border. But yeah, if they had just built.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I have a thing. I wanted both obstacles dropped off.
I think it's just you and I.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm gonna play this video and let you guys hear what this gentleman said, because this gets into that part right here when it comes to the economy and how it's affecting everybody.
Say in the US, but particularly when you look at stock markets, it doesn't necessarily mean there will be an immediate crash. But I do think we are heading towards a crisis. And again, if you look at the big game that's being played, then it's quite clear this has to happen. If the working hypothesis is that there are forces out there that want to dethrone America,
yes,
and they may be active in America, even these forces,
no question about it,
and that means also dethroning the dollar, and that would explain why China actually had been strengthened with American investment in the past, because you're building up this opponent that can help take down America. If you make sure America stays aggressive and adopts anti-China policies, which also seems to be happening to some extent. So then, what are the scenarios here, and what's the way? Well, as we said, whenever you have these big wars, they lead to currency system changes. The global financial system changes. So we moved from first the British pound, which was on and off the gold standard. Then we moved to the Bretton Woods dollar standard, which was a gold standard. But of course, a gold standard, some people think, that means it's 1-to-1 to gold and you can't create money. No, that never happened. Such a gold standard never existed. There's always been bank credit creation, and that's how the real game is played. But it's some kind of limit, because as soon as it turns out America was creating too many dollars, buying up assets in Europe, the French were not yet part of NATO, therefore not part of the command structure. It was the French that called out America.
We'd like our gold, please.
And they said, okay, you're printing all these dollars and you're buying us up. What we can do is we can change these dollars now into gold. We want to see gold. So that's, but so then we moved from the 71 Nixon shock, US default on its international gold obligations. Then we moved to the petrodollar, which of course, is very closely intertwined to actions in the Middle East and all the wars in the Middle East. Oil was only allowed to be sold against the US dollar. Anyone who did otherwise, whether it's in Iraq, Saddam Hussein, or in Libya, Gaddafi, that was a big no-no and led to severe consequences, warfare, and
you get killed for that.
You get killed for it, exactly. So what's next? Because also when the last, when the Nixon shock happened, and we moved from the gold dollar to the petrodollar, there was also inflation. Inflation is a good camouflage that, it sort of makes it easier to rearrange the monetary system. It was entirely monetary inflation, by the way, not energy driven. It was the central bank creating a lot of money. But we had the same in 2020 with the COVID psyop. Money creation by central banks, no economic rationale for this whatsoever. It was clear 18 months later we get inflation. As a result, that's what happened. So it looks like we're, now we could be, it looks like we're heading into the second run of inflation. It's still early stages, not entirely clear, but that would be my guess without having yet the necessary data. But I think there will be a second bout of inflation. But we already had the first bout, and it indicates that we are in this phase of running up towards the next rearrangement of the monetary system. What is it going to be? Well, that seems to be increasingly clear. It's going to be digital, based on digital identity. And I think we therefore should oppose digital ID on all fronts. We're humans. We're not digits. We have digits, 10 digits, okay? But, we should not subject ourselves to this.
So that's what I wanted to ask you guys. How do you feel about that? That's been rumored before about everything turning into digital currency, not only Bitcoin, but our US dollar. They have the USD coin or whatever that's a 1-for-1 exchange for the American dollar. What do you think about that idea of making everything digital and then getting close to maybe even getting a little microchip put inside of you that keeps track of everything and your location, geolocation and stuff like that?
Well, Ronan, let me first start off by saying the video you just played, that guy literally wrote history with lightning. I mean, he was freaking spot on. I mean, Nixon shock, I don't want to go too far into all that, but Nixon shock and the things that have happened during the 70s, and he's right about central bank policy. Back then, a lot of people don't know this, but back then, the Federal Reserve did not have the dual mandate that we have today. Back then, it was just keep unemployment low. That was their only mandate, keep unemployment low. And it involved printing money, and as we found out in the 70s, when we had the oil embargoes and things like that, that became difficult to do, and we were creating more problems. So that's, I believe it was 79, 1980, but it's known as the the Volcker rule. Paul Volcker became chairman of the Federal Reserve, and he began aggressively hiking interest rates. But that's when the dual mandate was born. Control inflation. They want to moderate inflation, keep it the preferred rate is 2%, and keep unemployment rate low. So that's where that comes from. Now, as far as, getting to your question now about the, going to digital IDs and this and that, man, I got to be honest with you. I guess you could say, yeah, we knew it was coming. I mean, I remember being a kid, I was, back then I was in the church back then when I was in middle school, heavily religious, went to church, twice on Sunday, Bible study.
The mark of the
Tuesday.
beast. I know where you're going with that one.
Yes, sir. The mark of the beast. That's where to me, it sounds like the beginning, of the end of times. Not that I'm trying to scare anybody or anything like that, but I just remember all the sermons, just in listening to this. I just remember all the sermons the preacher gave, the mark of the beast, you can't buy or sell goods, unless you have this mark. And it just kind of sounds to me like we go with this digital currency, digital ID thing, and being tracked and stuff like that. It's, to me, it sounds like it's the end of times. I mean, not that I'm not saying that's going to happen. I honestly don't know, but it just kind of reminded me of those sermons when I was a child.
Oh, I tend to agree. Nobody knows what the market. Everybody used to think, oh, they're going to give you a tattoo with 666, and that's the mark.
Yeah.
And all these different things, but nobody thought the technology would get ahead to where you got a little thing the size of a grain of rice that can be inserted under your skin. That's a microchip that has all your information on it, and could actually be activated to where it has a built-in GPS system where it already knows geolocation on your ass.
Well,
I mean, think about it. You have that in your phone if you turn it on.
Well, then think about that. You remember the book Fahrenheit 451?
Yep.
Yeah, in there they I don't know if you remember, but they talk in the book. They talk about these big screen TVs. Back then it sounded like something out of science fiction, like
Mm-hmm.
they didn't exist back then. But yeah, it was monitoring you in your home.
Yeah.
And what do we have today? We got TVs that monitor. Hell, we got refrigerators that monitor what you buy.
Whatever you decide to connect to the internet and give it access to knowing your buying habits and everything else. That's why YouTube knows what kind of videos to throw in your feed, because it knows what you generally like to look at. If something's coming up in your feed as far as advertisements, because you just looked on Amazon, if you just looked on Temu or whatever you normally shop from, that's because you have that activity on your settings that you have not turned off that allows them to track not only your watching habits, but the things you're interested in buying. That way they can market to you better. That's how they put it. But you have the right to turn it off. Go turn it off.
Yeah.
You have a right to put a little piece of tape over the little camera that's on your screen. Go cover it. There's certain things you can do right now, but the minute you put that chip in you kind of leave it up to whoever to have access to your personal location, your buying habits, because now it's just controlled by a chip. Yeah, you might have the ability through RF to communicate with the chip in your hand or your arm to reprogram it. Maybe you can turn off certain things, and maybe some things you don't have access to turn off. That's up to them to decide, because once you put it in, the only thing you can do is cut it out of you. Then if you do, now all of a sudden you can't buy anymore because they now have made it mandatory. You have a chip to have all your information in it so they can buy and extend credit to you.
Yep.
It can't be stolen that way, right? Or so they think.
That's going to be the lie they're going to tell everybody. This is to protect you. This will stop the scammers and hackers. No, that this will make you safe. No, it's not. This is just, we're going to keep an eye on you.
Yeah, it gives them global access to watch you and watch your patterns, everything from where you go to what you buy, what you listen to.
Yeah. This year I started working more and more with AI and stuff. I mean, the thing is in my emails, and I mean, it was reminding me I got this computer sitting in the box. I bought this computer last year. I never opened it. I had this real souped up desktop computer I bought, never opened it, but it went through my emails over a year ago. It says, "Oh, what about this computer?" It's still sitting in a box, not connected to anything. I'm like, how the hell do you know about it?
Your email confirmation is saying you received it.
Yep.
And that you haven't given it a rating of the quality of it, the service level, or anything. But I'm gonna finish this video real quick. Hold on.
regime where if you don't provide the right digital ID credentials, you're not accepted as a human, and you don't have the human rights in reality. I mean, that's dehumanizing. We should reject it just on that principle, but there's many other reasons why we should reject it. It is the beginning of this control regime of a digital currency. Now, digital currency as such is not a bad thing, because for half a century we've been using bank digital currency, BDC we could call it.
Yeah.
Because the banking system has been digital, and most money is created by banks. It's digital money. We have been using decentralized bank digital money, and actually has worked quite well. And the banks have never sold our personal transactions data to anyone. So actually we should laud the banks, because the new regime is all about, our information about our transactions being sold freely.
The government is now Facebook.
And
exactly.
being used to manipulate us, whether it's in elections or to sell products and services that we don't really need. So it's going to be a digital currency. It is marketed as CBDC, central bank digital currency. I call it central bank digital control, because that's what it is. It's not really a currency. It's more control, as Catherine Austin Fitts always points out quite correctly. And so, because we've been using BDC, bank digital currency, what is the difference? It's the central. They tell us as justification, Christine Lagarde, that we need this because there's Bitcoin, we need digital central bank currency now as well. Well, the digital is not the new aspect. We have digital money. It's the central aspect that this is about. Because, and particularly if there's now another bout of inflation, and in some countries with the boom-bust cycles being arranged such that in Germany we're in a property bust now. There was the bubble arranged by the ECB from 2009 to 2022. Now property prices are steadily declining, putting banks slowly under more and more pressure. They were forced to do this by the ECB. It's the same game as the Bank of Japan's game, in Japan. And so banking crisis, of course, is ideal, and inflation to launch your CBDC. That's for Europe. In other countries, there may be slightly other rationales and justifications for introducing it. But a crisis, one way or another, is always good. A war, of course, is even better, because then it's just wartime direct diktats. You can't do anything. It's wartime. You have to accept whatever you're told. And as a wartime measure, of course, that's the ultimate. If everything else fails, then definitely wartime measures would be used to introduce these measures. So we're heading towards digital control systems where we have no more control over our liquid assets. It will be, of course, programmable.
The things he's talking about, man, I hope you guys are very alert and not voting for those things, and to tell the government to go stick it where they sign if they ever try to impose those things as mandatory. But that's going to be a big issue, especially if it catches on. Like, I don't know if you remember, Whole Foods tried to do this. About a year and a half, 2 years ago, they were Whole Foods where you had to have the chip installed if you wanted to use Whole Foods. You couldn't use their card anymore. You actually had to have chip implanted in you. And a lot of people are nonchalant about it. Yeah, no problem. It makes my life easier to have a chip. There's companies that started doing this about a year and a half ago. Before I came over here, it was a whole Whole Foods issue with them, which is Amazon, requiring you to have a chip to shop in their stores because they weren't going to take cash anymore. Had to come off your chip.
I didn't know that. But personally, I can't afford Whole Foods anyway, so I ain't got to worry.
I don't know, Darnell. You're swimming in stocks, man. You can afford it now. You might not have been able to afford it then, but hey, you cooking, right? You cooking with gasoline now, right?
I'm still gonna pretend like I can't afford it, man. I mean, there's just no freaking way. My mom, she likes shopping at home.
You ain't got to worry about carrying your wallet no more. It's so convenient for you just to use the chip.
It might be, but I'm just talking about the damn price of goddamn Whole Foods, man. And I only know it because
no
of my
price
mom.
on your health, Darnell. What's wrong with you?
Shoo. I mean, well, when a tomato at Whole Foods costs like 3 times what it costs at Kroger, you know, it's like I'm like, man, I'm sorry. I mean, what's the difference? I mean, what is this tomato? Does this tomato cure cancer? You know, does it do something? Yeah. I mean, the only reason I even know about the prices at Whole Foods, my mom, she likes shopping at Whole Foods. You know, she swears by Whole Foods, that and Sprouts. But I digress. As far as as far as the whole chip thing, man, that is freaking scary to say that you got to have this chip just to shop at Whole Foods, man. Like,
hold on.
Can't even have cash.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you here in a second. I gotta pull it up.
I'm gonna ask my mom about that because she'll
You shop
definitely
at Whole Foods?
Yeah,
There you
she
go.
used to all the time.
Suspicious. You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious?
There you go.
I'm at Whole Foods and I'm about to pay for my groceries with my. That's the cool
Yeah,
thing.
nonchalant she acts.
I'm at
From
Whole
that
Foods
different
and I'm
stall,
about to
right?
pay for my groceries.
You don't.
I'm at Whole Foods and I'm about to.
This was happening about a year ago, 2023. I'm sorry, it was a little while ago. When they started using that chip, man, there was whole uprisings at Whole Foods. I can't believe you don't remember that, Darnell. Your memory is sometimes better than mine.
I mean, no, well, you gotta remember, like I said, my black ass can't afford no damn Whole Foods. You ain't gonna see me at a Whole Foods. So,
I mean, he's talking about something that's been in the works since 2023 at least. I knew it was right before I left to come here, but I didn't realize that time flies, man. I didn't realize it was 2023 when they first started talking about doing that. But you can already see that's going on now that it's not even being talked about. At first, people started writing. What did we talk about earlier in the show? People will say something for a little while, then it becomes normal. So people just shut up. They don't really continue to fight against it. And then it just becomes part of society. And then next thing you know, you looked up and all of a sudden you're being run by a whole nother government you don't even realize you're being run by.
yeah. But it's not even I don't even think it's the government at this point. It's corporate America.
Well, what I'm saying
now.
is once something starts to work and people accept it, who you think is going to take over?
Oh yeah, Uncle Sam definitely. He
Mhm.
he's definitely going to take over.
Exactly.
That's why certain companies like Palantir scare the hell out of me. We used them in Afghanistan, but that was just it's just too much power. Just way too much.
Now, when you went over there, were you going through the whole system right after the Gulf War, or this is after a different war that you were over there? Like, I know when we had finished with the Gulf War, they had so many contractors going over there just to help rebuild Kuwait, and you got like $250,000 to $300,000 a year. You could or could not bring your family over. They gave you a house. If you brought your family, they put them in private schools. They sent you back to America at least twice a year while you were under contract for vacations or whatever. But you pretty much got carte blanche, everything you wanted while you were there. How did they work out with you?
That was the golden age of contract, and that was before.
I believe me.
Yeah. I went in. I would call it like the silver age of contracting. When Bush took over. The only thing when Bush took over, basically, he did no bid contracts with Halliburton, so it kind of drove up, the wages and stuff. But when Obama took over, that's when I got out and I became a government contractor. And the wages, I ain't gonna lie, it went down. That in fact, that's what prompted my career, I think. Because basically the people that were making like $250,000 a year, they tried to get them to go over there for like 180. And
Yeah, that's a pay cut to anybody that was used to the 250. I'm not doing that for 180. Are you kidding me? I was getting 250 for the same damn job.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. You know, but to me, being a junior enlisted soldier, hell, man, I was getting shot at for, you know,
Way less.
like,
Way
a lot
less.
Not even 40,000.
Now I get it for a
Yeah.
young military person why we took those deals. You know, I was married at the time and I was telling my ex-wife about it. I said, yo, we can go over there and just bank up a whole bunch of money and come back and damn near buy a house cash or two. You know, nah, I don't want to go, but she hated when I deployed, let alone wanting to take kids, you know,
she
and
wasn't
go.
alone.
Yeah. So I was like, all right, but I should have took the opportunity to fuck it. You know, I'm gonna give a fan. I mean, I don't care. You know, you're gonna be here, you're not gonna be here, or you can go with me. She didn't like being in Hawaii, bro. She ran up a $3,000 phone bill living in fucking Hawaii because she wanted to call home all the time. And that's a lot of fucking money back in the 1990s. A $3,000 fucking Hawaiian Tel phone bill.
Shit,
Making
that's a lot of money today.
long distance calls every day, trying to talk to her mom in California. But
Ooh, man. I mean, that's a shit. That's still an expensive bill to this day, but you know,
trust me, I'm the one that had to pay it.
mhm.
It's not finding
You know.
center at home. You gotta go.
Mhm.
You're making it worse on me now. You gotta go.
But it,
Back-
you know, that was
Kids
the
had
thing, though.
everything shipped back over to America, and she stayed there until I got out.
Mhm. But that was the thing, though. A lot of in government contracting, I'll say a lot of married couples just didn't make it. You know, I mean, I had heard so many horror stories, man. It was ridiculous. I even lost a good supervisor. You know, at first him and I, you know, we used to clash and butt heads, you know, but he turned out to be a damn good supervisor, you know, and I'll never forget his wife. I guess, you know, at first when he took the job, he talked to his wife, said, "Oh yeah, you know, when she saw the money, oh yeah, go over there, yeah, you know." And then so he went. Not even 6 months later, it wasn't even 6 months later, she was talking about, "I need you to come home, or I'm going to leave you and I'm going to take the kids." You know.
Damn.
Yeah. So he did. You know,
And she still took the kids and left.
Yep, sure did.
I already know the end of that story. Yeah.
You know, and it wasn't, I mean, it wasn't alone. I mean, I heard that story a million times, you know, and then there was one story. Now, this one, I didn't know the guy, but it was just a story. But there was a guy that, you know, was over there 8 years, you know, and decided, you know what? I'm a
8 years on with Blackwater. 8 years where? In the military or private?
No, he
contract?
was a contractor.
Oh well,
like I
shit!
said,
If he's bagging 8 years, that's over 1.6 million in salary alone.
Yes,
Let's not for all the bennies and shit that he was bagging.
That's what this guy thought too. He's like, I'm a multimillionaire. I'm just gonna go home, spend time with my wife and stuff like that. So he decided to go home. Couldn't get a hold of his wife. You know, hey, I'm at the airport. Couldn't get a hold of her, so he took a taxi. And you know, this is before Lyft and Uber. And you know, he makes it to the house. You know, he saw you know, 2 cars in the driveway. You know, he's like, maybe my wife bought another car. You know, so he tried to stick his key in the door, and his key don't work.
Wow, she changed the locks on his own house.
Yeah, so he sat outside, waited. You know, then she came out, saw him, and was like, "What are you doing here? You don't live here anymore."
Wow. That's not unheard of. We know we've heard this story. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, now that story I can't say it was just a story I had heard. You know, I don't know how true it is, but man, I mean, I'm willing to bet there is a ring of truth to it. Like it had to have happened somewhere. You know, there was one guy. Another story I had heard, and well, this one I know to be true. It was one of my coworkers. Man, this guy, you would have thought he was a passport bro before passport bros. He was
Right.
an old dude too, man. Addison, man, I'll never forget, because I always said, man, you should start a channel, man. Like, but he was going to Thailand. It turned out he was married for, I think he said he was married 25 years or something like that. He hired a guy to paint his house. Turned out, the guy was a felon. He was a felon, just got out of prison and stuff. He thought he was trying to, help a guy out and, stuff like that. And turned out the guy was painting his wife, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
And he said he walked in on him on the act, and man, his wife screwed him over. He became a passport bro immediately after. He started going to Thailand, and he was telling me that's the whole reason. You want to know the truth? The whole reason I don't want to go to Thailand, because of all the stories he was telling me.
What do you mean? What
there.
Stories? What were the bad stories? I mean, Thailand is what you make of it, but I'm curious to hear what stories that makes you hesitant about going. Everybody has a different experience, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
As a government contractor, a lot of guys were going to Thailand way back in the day. Everybody knew about it, and it was like, okay, they were telling me some of the stuff. Man, I gotta keep it clean, bro. I can't say it on YouTube, bro.
I appreciate it. Please do.
Yeah. Some of these guys, they were doing they would brag about, yeah, man, I paid this girl to do this and that and the third to her, and man, I was like, I was like, nah, because they were all sleeping with the same women. They were trading them like Pokemon cards, man.
I want to be the very best. Boom, boom, boom.
Yes.
Pokemon.
That's what it was like. That's exactly what it was like. And, I said, you know what? When they were, some of them had told me how they, used them like restrooms, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Kind of like in Dubai.
Yeah. It was, exactly.
Just American style.
Yeah. But they were, the way they were so open and talking about it and bragging about it.
These are the women or the men?
It was the men.
Mm.
I had never been, like I said, to this day, I've never been to Thailand. I had wanted to go, but then every time they would tell me their stories and stuff, I was like, maybe I don't want to go.
So they were married to Thai women?
No, majority of them weren't. They were just going for, for fun. There were some that were married to Filipino women. In fact, they even lived in the Philippines. That's how I know about I know a little bit more about the Philippines than I do Thailand. Not that I've been to the Philippines, but I've worked for a supervisor. He had a mansion out there. He was married. Had servants. And he was married out there. He lived in the Philippines. I had a lot of coworkers. A lot of them lived in the Philippines. The only thing that they told me, they
lived in the Philippines. Were they Filipino or were they actual Americans that decided to live in the Philippines?
They were Americans that moved to the Philippines.
Okay.
The only negative thing that they told me about the Philippines was when, you marry, they said the women in the Philippines are great women, really good women. They are loyal, make excellent wives. The only problem, you marry the girl, you marry the whole family. That was one of the things they did warn me about.
That's not true in all cases.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say 100%. I've never been.
Yeah.
But they did tell me a lot of times it was causing issues in their marriage where
they're very family oriented, and it just depends on the
Yes.
Filipino if she allows her family, especially her outside family, to influence how she acts or performs with her mate. That's something totally different. And that's somebody can't stand on their own 2 feet that allows that to happen within their own relationship, whether that's in America or even abroad. You know what I'm saying? It's up to that woman to decide, if she's going to let her family, but the man doesn't have to tolerate it either. My lady showed me a video with this guy. It's a YT guy. And I guess he took a whole, it must have been 30 people at this long ass table. He took them all out to eat. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm just like, yo, that's his fault. He allowed that shit to happen. Now I don't know if that was a company function. They were all family. I don't know if he took them all out because it was his birthday plus a couple other people in the family, same time birthday type of thing. But it was like, when you see guys like that, it's their fault for allowing that to happen. Because you can simply say, no, that's not the way this is going down. I didn't come here for that. And if that's what you're expecting, there's a whole bunch of other ones that aren't. You can see your way out the door and go find the next sucker. It's some dudes that don't know how to say no and holding on to dear life because that's the best thing they've ever had in their life that go through shit like that.
Well, one of
because
them that told me.
Well,
one of them that told me he was a manager. He was our maintenance manager. He ended up getting fired for other reasons though. But he was our maintenance manager. Him being the manager, I couldn't imagine him having a hard time saying no. As a manager, I'm pretty sure, you're probably used to saying no. But they did tell me that was a reoccurring thing. Where cousin so and so, knows that married an American.
Oh yeah, if that family knows it, like the extended family, not the immediate family. The immediate family could be cool. It's the extended family starts to try to lurch off of the immediate family to take advantage. Is when it starts becoming an issue. And that's another thing that you got to be observant about and see how much the extended family gets involved in your relationship as well, and whether she allows it. I have not met one of her extended family. Not one. She don't like them either. And she definitely ain't gonna and get them exposed to me. They don't know where we live at. Yeah. The only thing they've ever seen is that truck every once in a while. And when she pulls up, she's usually pulling up to get in their face about doing something. Like I would send her money so that we could pay some local bills in pesos. And so one time her brother went and got the money out in Gcash and cashed it out for us to use. And so they tried to lie, and they owned the actual cash out place. So they had a business. It's not like they're poor. So they tried to run a game on him, but they didn't know that I was in town. They didn't know anything. They just thought he was just running money up somehow, and they were going to try to take advantage of him. So she drives over in the truck, gets out the truck, and they're looking like, who the fuck is that? And she walks in, and she's very quiet. She would be very subdued. Nobody's ever in her family ever heard her raise her voice. She went in there and straight got in the ass, bro. And it's like, no, we're not doing this. You wouldn't have gave my brother the money unless you got confirmation you were getting paid. You to say that you never got paid and trying to ask for my brother to pay 100% of that money back because you never got the authorization for you to get paid, that's not going to ever happen. But she was trying to run that game on her little brother, her own family member, her cousin. And so she ran it down to him. I was like, no, this is not going to happen. And if you can't handle us coming through here and us keeping it business as far as family, I can go find somebody else to run our business. They said it's not going to bother her anymore or her brother, and they left, and they haven't been back. And she decided to take the business somewhere else so when we need to pay our bills. You know what I mean? But yeah, they'll try to do it to you if you let them. And then they'll try to do it to a point where they try to make the family feel guilty, like, oh, such and such is sick. Don't you want to help? And I heard your daughter is now engaged to an American. Do you think you can help? No, they don't even let that go down. Her mom's not even tight with her family. Her father is tight with his immediate family, but they don't even know what I look like.
Yeah.
Not at all. They don't even come to the house. They don't even let them around their house, let alone to come in a gated garden community, house community, and to see where we're living. Oh, hell no. That would start all kind of issues.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows any of that in this family.
Mm.
So that's another reason why I know I'm in the right environment with the right person. She's not trying to get the family involved. She's not trying to flex, nor do I allow her to do stuff like that. It's like, look, and she knows that the position she's in is because of me. It's not something she's doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's that kind of sounds like how my ex-fiance's family was. I mean, they were real good people when I was there. I went out to their village to go visit them. It's way on the outskirts of Rio de Janeiro. I mean, it was a really poor town. Like, they were still using horse-drawn carts out there. I mean, granted, there was cars, but some people still, had horses and mules. And
yeah, no, it ain't that extreme here for her, but I mean, it's just, it's just a smaller province. I mean, they all have. I mean, here's the thing: the truck I have is like a high level truck to anybody else. So her father even mentioned it because sometimes I have him drive for us, right? Because I'm not trying to drive and get caught up in no accident, and then all of a sudden they see American, and next thing you know, they fell out on the floor, trying to act like they're more than they are. You get what I'm saying? So when we drive, when we go
exactly
here,
what you say.
he drives up, he sits in the front, and I get out in the back like I'm some executive. And I have these little Filipino flags. I didn't even do nothing American on this truck. The little Filipino flags that make it look like it's an executive level vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows because they have a couple trikes and motorcycles and stuff. So when he drives the trike and they go to like the mall or something, the guards and everybody looking down at him because he's driving in a trike. He gets in my truck and drives it, and we go to the mall to go to the grocery store shopping or something like that. It's sir this, yes sir, no sir. He's looking around like, ain't this a bitch? Because it's a vehicle they can't ever think of ever owning. So then they already know somehow this man is at a different level. So it's automatic respect. So a lot of countries are respect by value. Had nothing to do with anything else. Your looks, wealth. They see the things that you have and automatically it's sir because now they have something to gain by knowing you.
Yeah.
When he's driving the trike, it's no big deal. You ain't nobody. You just like the regular commoner. You drive that truck, all of a sudden it's a whole nother thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it was when I showed up
yeah.
That's how I showed up when my ex-fiance's family, when they met me for the first time. I showed up with I rented a vehicle. We drove out there, and her family didn't have a car. So I showed up out there, and like I said, my ex's family was real good family, especially the mom really loved me. The only thing she liked, her thing was purses. I mean, that's typical, I guess you could say, of a woman, because I was buying gifts for the family, meeting them for the first time. I asked, what's your mom like? And she's like, oh, my mom likes purses and stuff like that. So I did bring her a luxury purse. But other than that, I mean, and she was so happy with that damn purse too.
Oh, I bet she was.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, they were good, but they were Christian folks, though, like, really devout Christians, so they weren't, like they weren't about, having this lifestyle or trying to use me because I was American. That's one of the things I got to give her family. The only people I had I can't, and it wasn't even an issue. My ex's brother didn't like me very much, or at least I can't say he didn't like me, but there was some friction. He was kind of, and that dude, I swear to God, looked like a young version of Barack Obama too. It was crazy, and her dad, he was just the typical dad. I'm not gonna say he he didn't like me or nothing, but he kind of did give me a little bit of a hard time, but I think that was just, when you date, when you date his daughter, or marrying his daughter, he's, kind of thing. But he was a good man. But yeah.
What? Wait a minute. Hold up. Bobby Coltrane. I don't know what you're talking about. hold on. I just did a show the other day with Andre Love Crossing Borders, and I was talking about my 1 year anniversary of being here in the Philippines, lesson learned, things to prepare for before you get on the plane, stuff like that. And so he's saying, Ronin Travelers, thanks for the video. If you have any other information on the Philippines, PH, please share. Looking forward to Sunday night. Did he already lock that in? Because I ain't got no text, bro. Hold on, man. Did Love Crossing Borders already tell y'all today? We doing something on Sunday? I'm just going to say, just checking in on what date you want to do part 2. Part 2 is going to be what happens if you die overseas there, Darnell. Like how the treaties work versus, an inheritance with wills, trust, how a foreign national might have access to your resources when you die if you don't have things set up, or if you do, what's the proper way to do that?
Yeah. That's a
I just checked with him, Bobby. No big deal, man. I just checked in with him to see when he wanted to put that on the books. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that part 2. But I was prepared, and that's why I knew how long it was going to be. I have 17 slides on that alone. So, and I only went through 4 with you guys just on the Philippines. It was 6 slides. So 6 slides took 2.5 hours with a little banter for a total of 3 to 4 hours. I can imagine what 17 slides will do for somebody, especially if you go through details. Yeah, so that's why I was like, you sure you want to do that today? Are you sure you want to go 12, 13 hours on a live? Talking about stuff that a lot of people will fall asleep on. Because you got to make it interesting. Nobody likes talking about death. I mean, believe me, I used to sell life insurance and health insurance and different things like that all day long. Nobody wants to talk about dying, their mortality. That's why they call it life insurance, not death insurance. So yeah, to sit there and talk about that on fresh eyes, yes. On eyes that have been listening to the other part, nah, y'all were done for that day. But I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I'm glad you guys got the information and stuff like that off of it. And hopefully it helped you guys make some decisions or get your brain working in that way. So I appreciate you saying that, Bobby. But yeah, that was a nice live the other night, and I'm looking forward to doing the other one. But I wanted to get the attorney involved. He has a 4-day as an attorney that was on Zoom. That's how the question came up. He was trying to tell people about it, but he really can't, as a lawyer, talk about it. So I was just telling Andre, I said, we can talk about it all day long. I don't have a problem with it. It's whether you can keep people interested for that time frame. But hopefully you guys look forward to it and you actually enjoy the information. It's good information, but unless it applies to you right then and you're interested, a lot of people don't want to talk about it. They want to believe they're still going to live forever, and hopefully you do. But you always got to plan for the what if and how things happen after the what if and you're gone. And that's the biggest thing, Darnell, I like to tell people is, you might plan all your life and grow this big ass huge like a legacy for your children that could last up until your great grandchildren if they do it right. Mm-hmm. But you never structured anything. So the minute you die, they rip through all your assets, they rip through all your wealth, and they leave it dismantled, all your hard work, all your hard labor, unappreciated. All they wanted it for was the value of it. Mm-hmm. Instant gratification. Yeah, man. Yeah. Chief, what's wrong with that, Buster? What's wrong with that? Kansas City Chiefs all day. Been a Chiefs fan forever, since I was 8 years old, and I'm 58. So that tells you I'm a 50-year veteran when it comes to the Chiefs. Never sold them out, even when we had bad years in the 80s. Raiders was stepping all over us. The damn Chargers was stepping all over us. I was a Kansas City Chiefs fan when we had Seattle Seahawks in our fucking division. That's how long I've been around. Yo, you love the Chiefs too? Okay. All right. No offense. I'm just saying, yeah, man, I fly my flag everywhere I lived in California, in the San Diego County area. I'm still flying a Chiefs flag, still wearing Chiefs gear all over Charger territory. I didn't give a fuck.
I was never a Chiefs fan, but I did like the Chiefs, but they had Marcus Allen back then. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, yeah, I remember. No, I know we had him. Running back. Yeah. I remember everybody. Christian Okoye, Derek Thompson, Thomas, all of them, man. I've been around.
Yeah.
Good quarterbacks, bad quarterbacks. Joe Montana came. Remember that? You know, Priest Holmes was a great running back and retired because his dad in the Army got hurt. You know, and so, yeah, I've been around. Like I said, I've been a loyal fan.
Yeah.
Great. And tracked them, kept up with them, know the names, knew what their percentages were, all that. I used to run a football pool in the military. That's how I made my money. When I was on shit, man, I had a hustle. Okay, I ran spades tournaments, domino tournaments. I had a football pool. Yeah. I cut hair because, you know, brothers want to look sharp when they step off the ship. And you got a captured audience of anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 Navy and sailors. You made bank. My wife got my check. I didn't need my check. All my check was made on that shit. Running hustles. Running hustles.
Yeah.
So, and then, the other job was loan sharking because, you know, brothers get broke. Man, let me borrow some money.
Yeah.
All right. 20 for 30. I need it back by this time. Well, I need a little. Okay, 20 for 40 then.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man, I knew every angle in the world to make money on a ship.
I'm shocked you got away with it, man. I mean, shit, you went against General Order number 1.
What's that?
No gambling.
What did I go? Oh, man, come on. That's a shit, bro. Everybody gambles. What you mean?
I know.
My dudes are obsessed with sports and you niggas are out of shape. JM, you are the biggest troll, man. But I'm going to tell you this, man. I love you like a cousin. There's certain rooms you can come in and troll, and it's cool. Nobody has a problem. But you trolling yesterday, man, a little fucking disrespectful. That was not the room to troll in, man. You know what I mean? Control your trollism. Some of us understand. Some of us is just like disrespect. Read the room. You know, but yeah, you can troll all day long in here. But that room, man, you didn't need to do that. Yesterday, I was on the live with, I'm going to tell you the instance. I was on live with Andre, and we were talking about the Philippines. And I told everybody, I have a website, Ronin Travelers. And yeah, you know, I do AI. AI gets better and better. Each time I can redo my likeness, I redo it. Before, it used to be atrocious. Y'all seen them. They look like cartoons and everything else. Now they're getting better and better and better. He was like, trolling yesterday. Now those pictures look like you on your Facebook. Okay, fine. I mean, on my YouTube. So what? You got to say that in the room? You know what I mean? Who cares? Was that necessary? You know, I get you're used to being in the J Rillo rooms, maybe, you know, even Razor Ray's room, smoke rooms, but some rooms aren't for that. I even have people that are professional trollers, like B-Dub will come in the room, and his whole persona and attitude changes when he comes in rooms like this. You'll be surprised how people know how to shift themselves into being who they really are if they're in certain rooms that hold a certain standard. You get what I mean? I'm just letting you know. Certain rooms you can do that, and I don't have a problem at all. Some rooms, man, come on. Read the room before you make stupid comments. I don't want to block you. I don't normally block people. But that's just dumb. If you don't have nothing nice to say, you've heard that before, right? You don't have to say nothing at all. Just jump up out the fucking room.
Yeah. That's definitely true. I had no idea about B-Dub switching it up like that. I just thought that was just his personality.
No, B-Dub is actually a very intelligent man. What you mean? He can hold a great conversation. But if he's in a room where he can sell smoke and joke and smoke, he'll blow off smoke.
I don't question B-Dub's intelligence at all. Never did. I just didn't know, his personality. That was the only thing. I did not like his personality, but I had no idea he switches it up. I had no idea. Maybe I owe that guy an apology.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it just depends on what day you meet him on. He can hold a high level conversation with you, or he can get right in the dumpster like JM here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Any given day, any given Sunday.
I guess it just pissed me off. No, show me $500. That used to piss me the hell off.
You know what shut him up one day? He was in our room on Lions Den, and me, Kano, and Fearless. And he came on our panel and did that, right?
Yeah.
Fearless reached over, pulled his bottom drawer open, and dropped a stack on the desk.
That.
And then had a backpack with some more on there. He said, "What? You in the wrong room." Like I said, read the fucking room.
I remember that.
You might be able to pull that in some rooms. You can't pull it in all rooms. Because you're going to walk in a room where somebody's going to be equal to you or better.
Yeah. I mean, my whole thing, like I said, like if you would have asked me to show $500, I couldn't do it because I don't keep $500 cash on me.
I don't normally keep a lot of cash on me either, but
yeah. I like keeping it in assets that appreciate. Cash does not appreciate.
I mean, sometimes it's better to have it in liquid because it's not trackable. Once you pull it out, it disappears. Nobody has to know. You know what I mean?
Man, dude, that's getting harder and harder to do now. Like, because you got places here in Phoenix, they don't even accept cash anymore. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true.
Yeah, nobody wants to track change. They don't have to count. They rather have that card and digital currency than have to worry about a store clerk later pulling a couple dollar bills out the register.
Is that what that is? I didn't know that.
Think about it. People skimming off the top, off the registers. Back in the day, that was a thing. You go to do your countdown. Maybe somebody forgot to get their change. Instead of you sliding back in the drawer, you slide it in your pocket. They're skimming the register.
Yeah.
Overcharging on something and then knowing that you overcharged and pulling it out the register after the fact before you do your countdown and balance out your drawer.
Yeah, that was a thing. I just, like I said, I'm just shocked. Like, cash, because growing up, cash was always king. That's what that used to be the saying. Cash was king,
but cash represented wealth and having it a lot and an abundance. Now with the advent and credit wasn't that big back then. A lot of people didn't have plastic. Only people that were upper echelon even knew what a credit card was. It wasn't just something part of a bank, because everybody still had paper bank registries and saving books.
Oh yeah.
Cards didn't come out and be popular until banks realized they could charge interest on those cards like the credit card companies. And then they started giving you bank card visas. So yeah, they started picking up the game too, but it was after the fact. But yeah. But I mean, it's just a thing about reading the room and comments don't really hurt people that you can't affect. You can't tell me anything. I'm 58 years old, bro. I probably got kids your age. There's nothing you can say besides just being disrespectful in your comments. You know what I mean? And that's all that is.
Mm-hmm.
I done been there, done it, and raised kids right around you or better as far as age. So, but anyway, I'm pushing 4 hours and 15 minutes here, so I'm going to go ahead and end the live. It was a decent debate. You know, Fearless didn't want to go down that road, and he didn't want to admit to some things. And yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, Iran could do whatever they want. If they want to drop their bombs on every neighbor they got, they just suffer the ramifications when those neighbors turn around and say, hey, you know what? Fuck you. We can't help you with shit. You're on your own.
But
or even worse, or dropping bombs back on you.
But here's the problem with that is that it's kind of like it's a double-edged sword. It's like, okay, yeah, we don't get me wrong, we can destroy Iran, no problem.
Yeah.
But on the way out the door, I mean, they can create so much havoc. You know, they're already doing it now. You know, with the world economy.
I mean, just look. Iraq was easy because it was flat land. What's true is Iran is full of fucking mountainous areas. They understand how to build tunnels and how to live underground. It would take decades to get through every inch of Iran, where we ran up through the desert right to the populated areas and into, you know, the headquarters and the palace, presidential palace of fucking Saddam within weeks.
Mm-hmm.
There's a big difference in the terrain.
Well, I mean, I think we could do that. I think we could almost do the same with Iran, but the problem is,
I think Afghanistan told us different because Afghanistan has a similar environment, topography, right? Yeah. They have a lot of caves and mountains and stuff like that they pack a lot into.
Yeah, but we did take over every province over there. Now you're right. The mountainous provinces, we did struggle, but that was because the army, you know, I ain't gonna lie to her, and this is my thing with the army. I don't know why the hell we do this crap, but we always put the base at the bottom of the damn valley. And
when you know the hill gives you more power and command.
Yes. And the freaking Taliban used to lob rockets into us all day, and we couldn't.
Yeah, that don't make no sense. Especially after you control the hills, why you wouldn't build the command post on top of a hill and control the
I don't know what it is about I have no idea why the army doesn't think of that. Matter of fact, I ran into a Marine. I was in Dallas. I ran into a Marine because we were both in Afghanistan, and he was complaining about the same damn thing. He was a Marine, but sometimes he had to go on army bases, you know, sometimes. And he was complaining to me. I already knew where he was going when he said, I don't understand what it is about you fucking army guys. Why the fuck would y'all do that? We don't do that shit.
You we don't.
Yeah.
We understand whoever controls the high ground controls the area.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to explain that to us but once.
Yeah. Well,
y'all kept repeating the same issue over and over. And that wasn't just Afghanistan. It was other wars too. No lesson learned, follow forward and pushing the envelope for the next battle. Y'all ain't lessons learned would never practice for the guys, man. They would never pass down.
I guess not, man. But shit, I mean, that used to, man. I took more rounds at Cop Zarak. That was one of the places where that's where I started losing my fucking mind was Cop Zarak, man. Every time I got on top of the Hesco barrier to go fix something, boom, boom. You know, I used to get hit with rocks and stuff all the goddamn time. I got damn mad. There used to be this Captain Dittmeyer, man. One time I had to jump down in his arms one time, man. You know, trying to get down when they were.
Damn, Darnell, you were that light in the ass. A whole grown ass man could catch you like a baby.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Don't say that out loud no more, man. Keep that to yourself.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, shit. I mean, I'm over here taking cover. You know, Captain Dittmeyer come running out. You know, so the boom happened. I couldn't see shit. You know, I got dirt in my eye and stuff. You know, the Captain Ditmeyer, I was trying to get him to move out the way so I could jump down. Like, no, let me catch you, man, because I ain't gonna lie, it was kind of high, but I was willing to risk it. It was better than getting blown up, you know. Like, no, let me catch you. He ended up catching my ass.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for sharing, Darnell.
Yeah.
All right, brother. I'm gonna let you go because I'm about to get up out of here and push this button, man.
Yeah.
I appreciate everybody hanging with me for 4 hours and 18 minutes as the clock crows. Great live. I appreciate y'all. We'll be doing it soon again, hopefully. But I know Fearless about to go on vacation, so kind of catching him on a live while he's traveling is going to be hard based on the internet. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But you know, I panel surf the hell out of places. So I'll be on Charlie Chan TV or somebody's show. But go ahead.
If I could just say one quick thing, like I said, I might be this summer. I'm going to be going under the knife sometime. It's not scheduled yet, but I'm going under the knife sometime this summer. So if I'm not around or whatever, it's just.
I'll be praying for you, brother. Just give us a heads up, man. I'll put you on the prayer list.
I appreciate that. You know, I am told it is a safe procedure, so nothing should happen. But just in case it does, you know, if I'm not around, hey, you know, I want to say thank you for, you know, having me on your show, you and Fearless, you know, Black Man Travels. You know, I just want to say I appreciate you guys, you know, just in case anything does happen.
Yes, sir. All right, fellas. Everybody else, I'll see you later. We are.
Yeah. We don't do rumors. We run facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts.
This is Hit Run!
This is Hit and Run. I've walked through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. Seen men fall when the lights got bright. Seen truth drown in a headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weak hands pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough.
This is Hit and Run.
Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess.
Hit and Run.
Hard truth, overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the facts, then we run. Fearless from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet cracked, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckles scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening and I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mine. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wild. We ain't here to preach or beg, just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud, it's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrill. So we told that line, never sell our name. Legacy every week, guard that flame. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is Hit and Run.
Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong.
Hit and Run.
Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run. No emotion, just evidence.